the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mind on its door. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fed. Overlost, no illusions, no hollow incompetence. Here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, picking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot and declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with a sovereign command. A beast of judgment, the Lord will give his bid. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, Trigger keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Begin the chaos of food to
All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know that I would do it for you, and let's party. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How is everybody doing tonight? We got another Horseradish. We just this weekend I was judging for the DMZ, and we've never taken a look at any of the 3v3s that he's done, and so I skipped through it a little bit, but I think it's going to be an interesting one. So we got the prompt: in some specific conditions, the death penalty is justified. And so we got Hammer, Vigilante, and SteeBorne on the affirmative, with Cassell, Gruffus, and AnComSciComm on the defense. And so it's actually a little, it's pretty interesting how they set this up, where it's not like a panel of just, you know, everybody yelling. You kind of, it's kind of like a tag team deal. From what I saw, it looks pretty interesting. So let's dive right in. As always, guys, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
All right. Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the DMZ. This is the one stream designed to help you feel better about engaging in hot button issues with people you disagree with. Our goal here is to teach discourse survival tactics, not just farm gotchas and dunks. We cultivate meaningful, intelligent conversations where you have to stop and listen to the other person, even if it is just to find the flaws in what they are saying. So please attack the belief, not the believer. At least for tonight, please check your weapons at the door, take notes, act like grown-ups, and refrain from the blood sports and shit-slinging that have plagued our politics for far, far too long.
Even though I really do love the blood sport, I love it, but we like to have a little more chill and direct on the DMZ.
Our audience does get a say. As I mentioned, there will be a link in the chat where you get to click and vote at the end. So please limber up those voting fingers. It's free for everybody. And exercise your democratic rights to decide who you think made the most persuasive case. Tonight's prompt is, in some specific conditions, the death penalty is justified. So
I'm actually, I'm going to put up a poll for us because I'm not really. It's an interesting phrasing of the prompt. Usually, the death penalty is either good or. The argument gets bogged down into, well, this case, it was justified. In that case, it's not. And so getting past that and just saying, well, there's at least one specific condition where it's okay. Interesting. So I'll just do it word for word. In some specific conditions, the death penalty is justified. And we'll do agree. Disagree. Should I force you guys into it? Agree or disagree? Or should I leave an extra? No, we'll force you into it. All right, let's do it.
We've gone through and introduced everybody.
Hey, we got Jennifer. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. How are you doing tonight? Again, we are checking out our first 3v3. So we have the affirmatives on top and the negatives on the bottom. In some specific conditions, the death penalty is justified. Welcome.
Or let them introduce themselves, but I'm going to go ahead and give a quick introduction of each of them myself. So on the AF, we have the captain, Mr. Hammer. We also have SteeBorne. And finally on the AF is Vigilante TV.
It's actually funny. I was looking at Vigilante TV did a debate with Marte on the Civil Rights Act, and I it's been on my watch later list for a while because I thought it was going to be good, and it just kind of got bogged down into DEI is bad, and Vigilante's like that's not like the whole thing here, and wasn't great, but Vigilante's going to do some work tonight. We got Podesta. Welcome to the party. So it seems like a pointless debate when America's just drone killing boats in the Caribbean. Well, I mean, ain't nothing we can do about that, right? So we may as well discuss something that is, we can have our opinions on that might someday actually matter. Welcome.
Tonight's three negative debaters are going to be Cassell the captain, who incidentally was our runner-up for last season, although there was some math done, Cassell, and I would say that your championship title might actually have been more valid than the person who won it, but we'll get into that off stream. We also have Gruffus, our resident AnCap, and of course, AnCom, our resident AnCom.
We got JL in the building. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. We got a 3v3.
Aptly named. So if anybody has any questions, just DM me. If you have questions about the prompt or whatever, feel free to DM each other throughout the course of this so you guys can kind of be whispering, passing notes across the table. But without further ado, Mr. Hammer, who is going to be your opening arguments?
I will be opening.
Very cool. All right. Then in that case, I have 3 minutes already on the clock.
It's nice to just kind of jump right into it, right? Kind of just nice to jump right into it instead of the 45 minutes of technical issues. No shade to the DMZ, but it's nice.
Mr. Hammer, your opening time will start whenever you start to talk.
Okay. So, in 2008, on a public bus in Winnipeg, Canada, Vince Wegwang Lee, unprovoked, started stabbing another passenger in the neck violently. This created a panic. The rest of the passengers quickly fled the bus, and Vince proceeded to take his knife and decapitate the passenger. Police quickly arrived, and it started a standoff, during which time he began to hold the head around, taunt everyone looking on, and eating pieces of the head. He was obviously arrested, and during the trial, it was found that he was having a schizophrenic episode, and he was deemed unable to determine the morality of his actions. So he was consigned to a mental hospital for 7 years, after which time he was given a degree of freedom, allowed to go out in the world without supervision for short periods of time. A couple of years later, he was allowed full unconditional release, and now is allowed to have an apartment and a full-time job. It is now illegal to track him and find out where he's living and warn the people around him of his past.
Well, and again, just saying the argument against ever using the death penalty is going to be tough, and I agree. Which is where the the specific conditions come into it. I'm trying to think because I generally am opposed to the death penalty on the principle that I don't trust the government to be to be the ones that say, okay, you die. They've gotten it wrong before, and they're going to get it wrong again. But to say that it's never justified, that's more of a moral question, not a legal one. Right? Yeah. And so I think there's definitely, even if I don't trust the government to say, to lay down that sentence, there are situations where I'd be like, okay, he deserves it. He deserves it. Government can say you could live in isolation for the rest of your life. And I mean, yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one because, but at least in that situation, it's not as final. You have appeals, new evidence can come out, all that kind of stuff. But once you're dead, you're dead. But again, certain situations, there has to be zero situations where the death penalty would be morally justified in order for the affirmative to, in order for the negative to win. If I have morbid thoughts, I watch some horrific stuff, and I'm glad I'm above ground. I hear you there.
Him and find out where he's living and warn the people around him of his past. In November 1988, in Misato, Japan, a 17-year-old Junko Furata was kidnapped by 4 male teenagers. Over the following 40 days, she was tortured both physically and sexually.
Yes, we'll see.
Eventually, in a fit of rage, they poured lighter fluid on her and set her on fire, killing her. The boys then disposed of her body in a drum of concrete, only to reveal the location of her body while being investigated for a different gang rape incident. These 4 were found guilty and sentenced to 20 years at a maximum at the highest sentence, and only 7 years for the shortest sentence. After these prison sentences, each of them were allowed back into society to live their lives freely. Most of these men continued to commit crimes, including one who killed another man in a street fight with a metal baton, and another who threw an acquaintance into his trunk, drove him out to a bar, and violently assaulted him for 4 hours. Both of these men were once again sent to prison for a few years, only to be set free into society.
Which would be worse, drowning or being burned alive? I feel like burned alive would be worse. What do you guys think?
During the trial and during interviews at the time, none of the killers ever expressed legitimate remorse or regret for their crimes, acting callously while speaking about it.
Hey, shout out to Glowing Dog. Welcome to the party. You'd rather be burned, or you'd say being burned is worse? I kind of worded it weird, but yeah. But as I was saying, drowning is my nightmare. I mean, me too. Those probably have to be 2 of the worst ways to go. But my thinking is that you're not necessarily in pain when you're drowning. You're definitely panicked, but the amount of physical pain. I'm with Glowing Dark. The amount of physical pain, because you're really likely going to die from suffocation anyway. And so in both cases, you're dying because you can't breathe. But if you're getting burned, then you're also getting burned. You know what I mean? All right, welcome. Again, we got a 3v3. On some specific conditions, the death penalty is justified. Is it just me? Or is the title a little off-center? It is, right? It's a little off center. Because, yeah, the beginning, it starts way in this third and then ends way over here. It should start like right here. Sorry, little things like that. Little things like that annoy me, but.
Remorse or regret for their crimes, acting callously while speaking about it. So I don't bring up these topics to...
okay, real quick. It's where the side quest if I can find it, but I'll talk while I'm looking for it. I just saw a video of like the worst ways to die, and they were talking about some ancient, I don't know, ancient, but an ancient punishment or way of dying where they would seal you up. They would have like a boat and then another boat on top and seal you in, but not have your head or your arms or your legs. And they put honey, and I think they said honey and milk all over you, and then just let you drift into a swamp. And so like the maggots and the bugs and everything, they're just eating you alive. Is this it? No, that's not it. Come on. There's no way I didn't repost this. Okay, that's way long ago. It would have been before that. But, I mean, yeah, it was just this cartoon explaining exactly that. But, holy shit! That has got to be the worst way to die. Okay, I'm not going crazy. Denver said people can be trained to drown and resurrect. Navy SEALs, for example. I did not know that. It's called the. Let's see if we can, because it is worth. Let's see. Scaphism, an ancient Persian method used known as the boats. All right, give me a video. Yeah, this is it. All right, we won't watch the whole thing, but.
Hello and welcome to Murder with Friends, the show where friends get together and talk about the darker sides of history. I'm your host, Grace Baldridge, and today I'm joined by some of my favorite friends who've been on this show before to do another campfire episode. The theme for this week is torture and execution. And before I turn it over to Amir, I would like to give a shout out to Elvier Tenek at Super Sci Guy, who suggested that we talk about scaphism. It's pretty gruesome. Would hate to
die and just to get tortured. Method of execution, which is so drawn out and barbaric that you won't even believe what happened. So I'll actually read this ancient historian Zonaras. He explained what exactly scaphism is because it's kind of weird to describe. So anyway, this is what he said, quote, "The Persians outvie all other barbarians in the horrid cruelty of their punishments, employing tortures that are particularly terrible and long drawn, namely the boats. What is meant by the boats, I must now explain for the benefit of the less well-informed readers."
Thank you.
So 2 boats are joined together, one on top of the other. So like they fit like this. These are 2 boats with the person
like rowboats?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like rowboats with holes cut in them in such a way that the victim's head, hands, and feet are only left outside. So they're basically a boat.
Oh, I mean, the true crime stuff and the true crime adjacent stuff, I bet they do gangbusters. They got almost 500K and 200K views on this video. I will, of course, drop the link for you guys if you want to check it out and give them a follow. The channel Pop Trigger. But, oh yeah, the ladies, the wine moms, they love this stuff.
Victim's head, hands, and feet are only left outside. So they're basically a boat sandwich, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Great.
And,
just like that, Cece.
Yeah. And once the person is put together, the boat's then nailed shut so they can't get out. And then, that's where the crazy part happens, they start pouring a mixture of milk and honey into the wretched man's mouth until he is filled to the point of nausea.
Bruh.
Okay, wait, so there's like a funnel into his mouth?
They funnel,
like force
they force the milk.
Like foie gras.
Oh, wait, it gets so much.
Yeah, up to the point where he's sick and he gets diarrhea from all that milk and honey. And then they start smearing his face, feet, and arms with the same mixture and then leave him out exposed in the sun. They push him out into the middle, into a stagnant body of water or whatnot. And,
like a swamp.
Yeah, like a swamp. With all that put over his face and until he has diarrhea. And then this is repeated every day over and over. And the torture,
they pull him back in?
Yeah, they pull him back at the end of the day and they force feed him again and they push him back out the next day.
Again!
That's insane. Insane. Every day. Every fucking day. No, I told you. And so I let them just finish the thing here. But yeah, crazy.
And they keep doing this, and basically what happens, he starts shitting himself in this boat, and bugs and bees and everything start coming in, and they infest him, and they go inside of him.
And eat him from like the
Yeah,
inside
and they
out.
eat him from the inside.
How long would it take for someone to die
I
this
think
way?
so. one historical account of this guy, his name was Mithridates. He was punished this way because he went against one of the Persian kings.
Yeah,
He lived for
weird.
17 days.
All right, so I mean, you get the point. But yeah, they just leave you there, and you get eaten alive. And they said there was one specific story, maybe the one they're about to talk to, but they open up the boats, and most of his body was just eaten away by maggots and shit. So I think that might be worse. Oh, and they were talking about one guy who lasted for 17 days. 17 days, over 2 weeks of just existing and being digested. Ugh. Talk about the death penalty. So, like, yeah, if we're going to do that, then definitely there's no specific conditions where that death penalty is justified. But, you know, the electric chair or the lethal injection, I don't know.
About it. So I don't bring up these topics to make you hate them or angry at them or so violent that you want to kill them out of revenge. I say these things to let you understand there are some people who are so violent and so vile, so dangerous that they cannot be allowed to live in society. These people, a lot of times they continue to commit crimes, but we should not be subject to live in a society among these people. And
ironically, I was also looking at doing something with evolution, but it didn't come together. That would have come right up in our evolution
subject
discussion.
To live in a society among these people. And so when we decide that these people can no longer live in society, we no longer have a moral responsibility to them. And that is my time.
All right. So, Hammer, your argument was that there are some people, and you gave multiple examples, who can't be left alone to live in society, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, what requires them be executed as opposed to being simply confined for the remainder of their lives?
So, this goes to the text of the prompt, in my opinion, because it is that the death penalty is justified. So once someone no longer is allowed to live in society, they are no longer subject to the moral rules of society, which means we no longer have a moral responsibility to maintain their life and to maintain their rights. I would say that like life in prison is an acceptable solution, but if we decide that we like it's not viable, we can't
where's my
keep
mouse?
Around, then I have no problem justifying ending their
hold
lives.
on, my mouse is stuck.
Okay, so the question then is,
oh Jesus,
why are we relying on this idea that we can simply decide that people are no longer worthy of moral agency to the point that we can remove from them the single most sacred right that any person has, which is the right to life?
All right, give me a second, guys. My mouse is
we have to make that decision because it is it is the government and also us as a society.
Always struggle streaming, God
to
damn
maintain
it!
The safety of our citizens. There are going to be some people who are by their nature, if you allow them back into society, you are endangering your citizens.
Okay, but again,
you can take that risk.
Again, you're only arguing for the ability to.
Okay, there we go. Hold on, we got to back that up a little bit. Yeah, back that up a little bit. Let me see where we're at. My feet were cold before. I was like, what is going on? Forgot to turn my foot warmer on. All right, where we at? What are you guys saying? He's insulting my grandparents. So what if I'm descended from the most violent psychopathic serfs? Well, I want to stay away from you. It's in the genes. I'm going to... I'm actually surprised that it seems like more of the lefty people are on the negative side, but seeing that, I'm assuming that they're just going to appeal to the, like all life is valuable or something like that. I really don't know. And so, like I said about the structure of it being a 3v3, so we had the main guy opens up. then this guy, does his cross, and then he's going to have an opening statement, and then one from. So it will get a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? Diversity. Shout out to the low-rise jeans. All right, let me back this up a little bit.
We decide that we it's not viable. We can't keep them around. Then I have no problem justifying ending their lives.
Okay, so the question then is, why are we relying on this idea that
Testing. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Testing. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? It just said my thing died. Give me a yes. Give me a no. Give me a no audio. Give me a video audio. Can you hear? Please answer me.
we can
Yep.
simply decide that people are no longer worthy of moral agency to the point that
I'm going to assume that means nothing's wrong.
people are no longer worthy of moral agency to the point that we can remove from them the single most sacred right that any person has, which is the right to life.
Yep. And so that's where it's going to be based on. That the person has the right to life, and nothing that you could do takes away that right. That seems to be where this is going to be based.
So we have to make that decision because it is it is the government and also us as a society. It is our responsibility to maintain the safety of our citizens. There are going to be some people who are, by their nature, if you allow them back into society, you are endangering your citizens.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay, but
You
again,
can take that risk.
Again, you're only arguing for the ability or for the reasonability of removing them from society through confinement. To go the step beyond to remove their life is not justified in this case. You have a perfectly acceptable solution which does not require that you take that extra irrevocable step of taking another person's life, which you have admitted would be perfectly suitable. So you're going
And so I can see a lot of moralizing going on here. That like, oh, you just want people to die. And the other side, well, you just don't care if people are out murdering. That seems where this is going. And yeah, this is, I mean, there's levels to this shit. There's levels to this shit. And, Andrew Wilson is going to be, up there. Andrew Wilson is going to be, on the modern day debate level, then there's some, great people do all different levels. But, the speakeasy debates are a little bit smaller. We had Grid One Motorsports in that same realm. And the DMZ is kind of starting out and has a little bit lower tier. But we can definitely learn just as much, if not more, from less seasoned debaters as we can from the best one. Oh, yeah. Well, what are rights? What are rights? Do rights exist?
life, which you have admitted would be perfectly suitable. So you're going a step further. What is your justification for essentially state-sanctioned murder versus confinement?
It would be a functional solution,
Called
but the reason that we would go with the death penalty is because you say that it's sacred, but like our rights to life are socially granted. Once you've agreed to be in our social system, we agree to protect your life. Once you have become someone who is not viable for that, we no longer have the responsibility to maintain your life.
All right.
I mean, yeah, that sounds fair to me. Like you have the right to life based on you being part of this community, this civilization, this social contract. If you break that social contract, then you're not entitled to the rights that come with it.
Well, that puts us on the clock there. We're going to go ahead and go over to you now, AnCom, for your opening, sir. 3 minutes is going to go on the clock. Start when you're ready, sir.
So, as I'm guessing you might have been able to guess from my label as an anarchist,
That is just a personal thing, a personal pet peeve. Sometimes it happens, especially, in this. But, well, I guess you're guessing. I guess. Use a different word.
Start when you're ready, sir.
So, as I'm guessing you might have been able to guess from my label as
Or if you are going to, then you gotta do it like the Austin Powers. And like, I'd like to introduce myself and myself. And
an anarchist, I am very skeptical of all forms of state power, especially and most intensely toward the state's ability to choose when they can and cannot remove a person's life. If we are to believe that, as multiple Enlightenment era philosophers have stated, the fundamental rights of life, liberty, and either property or the pursuit of happiness, depending who you ask, are, as said,
Fucking
fundamental
commies.
and inalienable, then why are we allowing the state to take that away, regardless of what a person may have done? We have measures in place that we can take that do not involve taking life in order to prevent further crimes from happening.
I can see a lot of this coming down, that we all agree that, oh, this, that, and that is completely unacceptable, but we simply want to stop at the line of killing people.
If our goal in the justice system is a matter of harm reduction and prevention, first and foremost, which I think most people would agree it is, then either life imprisonment or execution would be suitable means to achieve that goal.
And I mean, I personally would take execution over life in prison. Like, fuck that. I'm free. And there's some days I'm like, fuck this shit.
But there is also the added goal of restitution, reparation, and rehabilitation, which, at least as far as our modern jurisprudence goes, we tend to say these are also goals. They may be secondary goals, but they are also goals. Only one of these two solutions can even have a possibility of reaching these secondary goals, and that is life imprisonment, because at least that gives the opportunity for rehabilitation. It gives the capability for some form of restitution or reparation to be made for the crime committed, whatever that crime may be. Now, yes, it's not always going to be possible, but to take away that possibility outright doesn't make sense. It is not justifiable. I don't think there is a good rationalization for it.
Well, that's the position, but you have to make that argument. You don't just get to say it.
You cannot overcome the moral problem of allowing a state to choose when to take someone's life by saying we have set out these particular rules when there is another option available.
Why not? You have to make that argument.
And that is the option I believe should be used. I'll concede the rest of my time.
And of course, like I said, I'm principally against the death penalty, but the way that the prompt is worded, it's not unjustified in every situation. Shout out to Dick Johnson. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. How are we doing? And guys, guess what? I'm finally getting to meet Amelia tomorrow. Dilly to me. So I have my early client tomorrow, and then I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna get a giant box of diapers and a giant box of baby wipes, like 5,000 baby wipes or something for the baby. So not all donations go to the weekly movie night, the stream goal. And if you want to help me out, be the cool uncle, that would be very much appreciated. We are at, what does it say? We're at 23 points. Guys, we got a little ways to go for a movie night. Remember last week we got a double feature. Let's see if we can get it again. Thank you. Yeah, very, very much. And that's all I want to do. Oh, my goodness. Shout out to Jennifer with the big 5. No question. No comment. Just pure love of the game. Thank you. So very, very much getting us started for the night. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Thank you. Let's dive back in.
All right. Now we're going to kick it over to you, Mr. Hammer, who's going to cross AnCom.
I will put up SteeBorne for this responsibility.
SteeBorne.
Interesting. Okay, so the captain gets to pick who is going up against the person. I thought they were kind of just doing a round robin thing, but so the captain has a little bit of extra power. We got the captain of the affirmatives and the captain of the negatives.
This. All right. That would be... Boom. SteeBorne, you saw what happens here. 3 minutes is on the clock for you, sir. Do what you're going to do.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, sweet. This is perfect because I was taking notes during his opening there.
King.
You have the right to life.
Here we go.
I believe all people do, yes.
Here we go. This is going to be an Andrew Wilson-esque argument.
And that's inalienable.
I would assert so, yeah.
So can people take your life away?
I mean, they certainly have the ability, but not without, repercussion or justification as any action.
Well, if
A
something's
right is
inalienable,
merely a
meaning can't be
promise.
taken away.
A right is merely a promise given by the authority in power about what they will or will not do in order to protect your freedoms as an individual. So an inalienable right in this context would mean that the government has made a promise to not remove your life and to attempt to prevent others from trying to do the same.
Okay. So you agree that rights are ultimately granted by whoever has the monopoly on the force, because if you have no force to defend your whatever you claim a right is, then you're not going to actually have that right. It's ultimately going to be useless.
Right.
Okay. So why ought we use our force to try to rehabilitate these people as opposed to just executing them? Like why ought we try and rehabilitate them? What's the justification for that claim?
Right. And so by the word justified, even though we're talking about the death penalty, which is a legal thing, the justified part makes it a moral argument.
Why ought we? Because we ought not take their life, because that is,
Right,
again,
why?
the promise that has been made by the power in question, in this case.
And the power in
US
question
or
is
state.
reliable? And they're consistent with what they promise us? Like they're consistent in applying our rights, like the Second Amendment shall not be infringed, and yet every state's trying to constantly pass gun bans and stuff.
Yes, I have seen Forrest Gump. That would be a travesty if I'd never seen Forrest Gump. But yes, and you can think the movies that were like on TBS and even HBO and Showtime. We had those channels. The movies that were like played over and over and over and over, like I saw Shawshank, and I mean, you know the ones. Those I've definitely seen because they were on. It's the ones that just kind of were big in the moment and then weren't. But again, for the next time we win, the next time we unlock it, I would like to get back to the franchises, because that's a good place to start with, like Terminator, Jurassic Park, Cheech and Chong, all those things. They're a little bit more foundational is the word. But yeah, no. All right, that back in.
Rights, like the Second Amendment shall not be infringed, and yet every state's trying to constantly pass gun bans and stuff like that. So, can you explain to me how this is a consistent position?
And so the answer is that just because a right is infringed doesn't mean it's no longer there. Just because somebody infringes on your right to have a gun doesn't mean that the right to have the gun is no longer there.
Consistency
these rights
of the
that
government
aren't
in
being
question
upheld.
is not the question. The consistency of the government in question is not relevant to the fact that they have made a promise, and it is on us to hold them to that promise through the various mechanisms that we have available to us.
I got no
Do you think
legs,
the felons should
Lieutenant
be allowed to own
Diane.
firearms?
Do I think that felons should be allowed to own firearms? That is a very difficult question, and I would need a fair amount of time to think about the situation there, so I can't give an immediate
So it seems like
answer.
you're not sure about whether or not we should always enforce these rights or whether or not we should always protect these rights. Seems like you're actually just kind of appealing to this thing that you kind of just, it's out there, but you can't actually tell me what it is, why we ought to appeal to it. It's just like, I think we should. And it's like, well, I think we shouldn't, right? I think that if you're going around, stabbing people, right, for just for the funsies of it, and you've done it 10 times, that's enough of you. We don't want you anymore.
All right, real quick before we go on, was
Why
there a
should
question
that
there?
be-
Yeah, I was about to say if there was a question there, can you
Yeah.
articulate the question?
I'm like, what? Go ahead. Yeah.
If not, that's fine. I'm just
Yeah, so No, there was, I was trying to get.
Nope.
I just wanted to respect.
Yep,
the
yep.
timer.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So why ought we not just do that though? Why ought our position not just be, I don't know, after you murder 5 people, you're done. We're calling it quits. Pure pragmatism.
Go ahead, AnCom.
Why should we not try to rehabilitate or at the very least not
That's not an answer to the question. The question is, why should we do this? The answer cannot be, well, why shouldn't we not do it?
remove the life of a person, regardless what they may have done? Their life is still something that should be treated as sacred, should it not?
All right.
No, because they've given up that right. Again, for me personally, I don't have a problem with the idea of you being executed for things that you've done. It's for me, just this specific government, I mean, it would be any government, making those decisions. Don't forget, if once we hit the goal, anybody can drop a $20 dono to get one of the 4 poll options. So keep that in mind.
Your life is just as valuable as a preschool teacher?
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and jump in. We're going to go ahead and kick this now. It's your turn to open. SteeBorne, 3 minutes is going to go on the clock uninterrupted. This is for you to open. So go ahead and start when you're ready.
All right. All right, let's start by clarifying what I'm not arguing. I'm not claiming the death penalty should be used broadly, carelessly, or without strict safeguards. I'm not claiming every serious crime deserves death. My position is far more precise. There exist certain crimes, particularly the most heinous, intentional acts of violence, where capital punishment is morally justified as a response. At the foundation of this argument is justice itself. Justice is not merely about rehabilitation or deterrence. It is about giving to each person what is due. When someone deliberately commits an act like premeditated murder, then they have done more than break a rule. They have unjustly taken an innocent life. In doing so, they forfeit their own claim to that same protection. The punishment, in principle, ought to be proportionate to the crime. And for the most extreme violations, where someone has intentionally destroyed innocent human life, the proportionate response can be the forfeit of their life. Second, the death penalty can be justified on the grounds of moral accountability. A society that refuses to fully punish the gravest evils risks trivializing them. If every punishment ultimately collapses into a prison sentence, then no matter how horrific the crime, then we are all functionally saying there's no meaningful distinction between blowing up a baby hospital and just like stealing from the mail.
I mean, obviously, you would get a longer punishment, but I think that is exactly what they're saying, that they want an even playing ground, and you just get more years, the worse that it is. Shout out to Box in the building. Welcome to the party. So I'm pro death penalty in theory, just not in current practice. I don't trust the government to get it right, and even one innocent person is one too many. I say, I completely agree. How rare for me and Box to be completely aligned. Welcome to the party, brother. And you should you got to check the Discord free chat, because I guess it's Olivia here. But Olive XOXOXO, I put a video about the HAW video about Graham Plattner, and I was just like, nobody likes that guy. I was like, well, you gotta talk to Boxy. Welcome to the party.
We are all functionally saying there's no meaningful distinction between blowing up a baby hospital and just stealing from the mail. There's no difference between the two of them.
What is this?
If the highest sentence we're going to get is
hospital for babies?
Like, oh, that's it. Really, that's it. But intuitively and morally, we know that there's a difference between theft, assault, and calculated murder of innocent people. Justice should reflect that reality. Third, there are cases where the death penalty serves to protect people in a final and complete sense. While prisons aim to...
You guys should be doing that regularly. Anytime you got a moment, let me just pop in and see what's going on in Discord.
Contain dangerous individuals, they are not infallible. Escapes happen. Violence within prisons happens, and systems fail. In the rare case of the most dangerous offenders, capital punishment ensures that the threat they pose is permanently removed. Now,
I'm just going to drop this screenshot for her.
I expect my opposition here to raise concerns about wrongful convictions, fairness, or misuse. There's some serious concerns there, and they matter. But notice, these are arguments about the application of the death penalty, not its principle. The possibility of misuse does not invalidate the principle itself. By that logic, we would have to abandon every form of punishment because all systems can fail. Why would we throw people in prison when some people have been wrongly accused and go to prison for it? It's the same argument back.
That's a good point. That's a good point. That like, okay, we have to have some system. We have to have some system of justice to keep the people who are disrupting society out of that society. And so if you're making the argument that, well, this is too far, then what's to stop you from then saying, oh, well, being in prison for life is too far?
Proper response.
Let me hear the exact words that he said.
Possibility of misuse does not invalidate the principle itself.
The possibility of misuse does not invalidate the principle itself.
By that logic, we would have to abandon every form of punishment because all systems can fail. Why would we throw people in prison when some people have been wrongly accused and go to prison for it? It's the same argument back.
I was on the other side of that. I stabbed some kid with a pencil, and in high school, he'd still be like, "Yo, you remember this?" And I'd be like, "Yep." And then what was his name? Jimmy? James? Something like that? Shout out. Hope you still remember me every time you look at that dog.
Wrongly accused and go to prison for it. It's the same argument back. The proper response is not abolition, but reform of strict standards of evidence. So the question before us is not whether the death penalty is always justified. It's clearly not always. The question is whether or not it's ever justified. And if there are cases where justice demands
Get this tattooed.
Proportionality, where moral accountability must be upheld, and where society must be definitively protected, then the answer is yes. In these cases, the death penalty is not only justified, it's the only just response.
Yep, that's exactly what I said earlier, Box. And so, yeah, I'm completely aligned with you that there are definitely situations where it is justified that somebody gets the death penalty. But as you said, I don't trust this government to be able to do it. And so there are definitely situations where I would say, yes, I think this person deserves to die for this. I just don't trust the government to lay that out.
And I'll see the rest of my time.
Right. It did sort of sound like you landed the plane there, so good stuff. All right, going over to you now, Cassell. Who's going to cross-examine SteeBorne?
I'll cross-examine.
That's going to be you. All right, so then... Boom. All right. 3 minutes is on the clock for you, Cassell. Go ahead and start it up and poke holes.
Cool. So I think you said that your argument is not about that the death penalty itself isn't acceptable in any case. It's just in certain cases. So would you agree that the death penalty has been, used to have people set up on death row that were falsely accused of a crime for a serious crime?
Yeah, sure.
And do you think that folks have been on death row who are also falsely accused of a crime, who have not been let go and have actually been killed on death row because of that?
Yes.
Yeah, I think there's definitely evidence to suggest that people have been falsely executed.
So do you believe that the
Jesus Christ, figure out the audio, bro.
penalty in that case was unjustified for the serious crime that they were convicted of?
Okay, so if you're asking me, as a matter of fact, as the fact of the matter, was it unjustified in that specific scenario where this person was actually innocent? Yeah, I would say it was unjustified. But if it was the fact that this person had been guilty of that crime, then it would have been justified in that scenario. And also, only 2 to 4% of any of the people who have ever been executed were actually later. What's the term? Where the judge basically said, yeah, we found out this person didn't do it.
Okay.
Because it's really not that complicated to get around the fucking censors. Come on.
Okay. My next question is: if killing is wrong, what makes it right when the state does it?
I don't hold the position that killing is wrong.
So do you believe if someone murders somebody, then the state should be able to murder?
Well,
No, murder is different than killing.
Murder and killing are different.
Bingo. Okay. So why should it be okay for the state to kill somebody?
Because they murdered somebody.
The justified taking of a life, so it would be trivially true.
So you believe that the state has the authority to determine who they have the right to kill?
Well, from my view, yeah.
Sorry, what was the question that you asked?
Has the authority to determine who they have the right to kill?
Yeah, and that's my only problem with the principle that execution for punishment.
Well, from my view, yeah, it's totally internally consistent.
But you just said that the state has also made mistakes in.
Hey! Shout out to Zippy DSM Lee! Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. Long time no see. Always love when you're here. Welcome. So the state does not need the death penalty. Get rid of gun laws. Problem solved. What? You don't have to say more on that. How would getting rid of gun laws solve the death penalty? Because it's not like people necessarily want to go out and we were just talking about vigilante justice, right? It's not like people are necessarily interested in, like people aren't excited by that. I feel like if there's a certain situation that somebody would feel like, okay, I have to take this into my own hands. But I think the overwhelming majority of people, like if your son, your daughter, your whatever is murdered, I think if you have the option, you would prefer the state to do it. So I think getting rid of gun laws, I assume you mean getting rid of any restrictions, then people could go do it themselves. But I don't know. In the old days, good people got rid of bad people, mainly through self-defense. That's gonna butt heads against the modern landscape. Like in the old days, we didn't have this huge bureaucratic structure, and now we do. And so I'm not saying that's good or bad, but I'm saying people live in a society where they expect that there's someone else that's going to take care of this. I'm not going to have to, what if it's me? I'm just a little dude, and let's say some big motherfucker is jacked as fuck. Like, yeah, I got the guns, but that don't mean I'm gonna hit him. And like, I'm not trying to do that. But I guess you're saying, good people got rid of the bad people. More like a more based version of what the defund the police or the abolish the police people are saying. Hard to be a repeat criminal to work your way up to death penalty status if you got yeeted after the second crime. Very true. Welcome, buddy. Very good to see you. We got Lucid's Emerald. Welcome. So when I see the places with more gun laws, the more crime. Very true. But I don't know how that is directly relevant to the death penalty. I don't think getting rid. I don't know that I necessarily want to be in a situation or in a society where that's the answer right away. I want to live in a society where that is always an option, but culturally, it should be the last resort. We shouldn't be like, well, we did this, so now we got to do that. I don't know. Maybe I'm soft. Who knows? Shout out to Equality and Deference because vagina. You're not sharing anymore? Only liked? Thank you so very, very much. You guys know it's free. It's easy. It helps out so very, very much to hit the like, the subscribe, chatting, putting comments in the comment section after the stream, and of course, sharing the video, guys. It does not even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link. Just by you telling the platform that you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Thank you. And yep, you're with me and Box. Best argument against the death penalty, the government decides it. The best argument in favor, Ted Bundy. Not so simple, right? Not so simple. Welcome. So it is a 3v3 debate, but they are doing one at a time. So interesting setup.
To determine who they have the right to kill.
Well, from my view, yeah, it's totally internally consistent.
But you just said that the state has also made mistakes in determining who to do that previously based on death row.
Yeah, I don't hold that the state's infallible, but I do hold that the state shall not bear the sword in vain, and that I ought to respect the civil authority.
Okay, so the state,
which does actually make a lot more sense in a Christian nationalist worldview, we'll say,
the state can be infallible or fallible.
No, not, yeah, they're fallible.
Right. So that's acceptable. There's kind of an arbitrary line there for you on what's okay based on what the state determines.
Which part of that was arbitrary?
So ultimately, I think I would ultimately leave it up to the state. I think the state in ethical decisions should be guided by the church because it's the only way to make a consistent ethical position. But so for the example of like the death penalty, even if the state gets it wrong, the principle of the matter is not what's in question. It's the efficacy of finding evidence or determining the actual guilt of the crime. But it's not nobody ever actually really brings into question whether or not the principle itself is bad. It's like, but it's always a utilitarian argument.
Right? You got the sound is like jumping and getting quieter, and is that just on my side? I can deal with it if it's just on my side, but we, you know,
Or pragmatism saying
it's like right here. It went
whether or not the principle, the actual guilt of the crime, but it's not nobody ever actually really brings into question whether or not the principle itself is bad. It's like, but it's always a utilitarian argument of pragmatism saying it's bad because we fucked up sometimes.
All right, good stuff. I'm going to go ahead.
Today is Wednesday.
And kick it over to you now, Mr. Cassell. Your turn to open. 3 minutes is on the clock. I'll start whenever you're ready.
Okay, let me just get my intro here. Okay, so my opponents have already conceded that the death penalty is unjustified in most cases because they understand that if a punishment is unjust in principle for most people, what suddenly makes it just for a select few?
Nothing, but that's not the argument. In most cases, the argument is in some specific conditions, it is justified.
The morality of an action doesn't change based on how bad the victim or the defendant is. My opponents will
please
bring up
fix
an
that.
emotional appeal and point to the worst offenders, people like Jeffrey Epstein or the Boston Marathon bombers, and ask whether these individuals are evil and deserve death. That's exactly the trap which this audience is too smart to fall for. This debate is not about whether those crimes are horrific. We all agree that they are.
Of course, Mr. Lefty Cassell. Well, we all know that I'm right. So if you disagree, then you're wrong because you disagreed.
Come on, man.
Lucid said, I think with the death penalty, there is a middle ground in like investigation and selected requirements. I personally don't know the middle ground yet. I need to look more into this stuff. Middle ground meaning... What do you mean by middle ground? Because, I mean, if we go into the death penalty, you either dead or you are not. So I was live on Saturday judging one of the DMZ debates. And that one was 3 one-on-one debates. But this is the 3v3. Shout out to Horseradish.
To fall for. This debate is not about whether those crimes are horrific. We all agree that they are. The question is whether our justice system should be built on emotion or on consistent moral principles. If it's wrong for the state to take a life in general, it doesn't suddenly become right because a crime is more horrific. That
I don't agree with. The eye for an eye
is not a consistent standard.
An eye for an eye makes the world go blind.
It doesn't suddenly become right because a crime is more horrific. That is not a consistent standard. That's drawing an arbitrary line. The question before us is
it's not. This whole thing is a straw man. This whole thing is a straw man.
Evil a person can be. The question is whether the state in response should become capable of the same irreversible act, taking a human life.
Right, but he explicitly just stated it's not the same act. Murder and killing are not the same thing.
Justice should not mirror the violence it condemns. When the government takes a life, it doesn't rise above that violence. It participates in it and does so with a permanence that can never be undone. At its core, the death penalty asks us to trust that the state can wield perfect judgment over life and death.
No, it doesn't.
The state, which is made up of just people like you and I, but no system created by humans is perfect, which we've also talked about. And when that imperfect system is given the power to execute, it creates the risk of ultimate injustice, taking an innocent life with no possibility of correction.
Tooth for tooth makes Jennifer give awesome head.
It creates the risk of ultimate injustice, taking an innocent life with no possibility of correction. Morally, a justice
band for band, we could go. We could go band for band.
In restraint, not retribution, it should protect life, even when confronted with those who have taken it. Because the moment the state claims the authority to decide whose life is no longer worth living, it crosses a line from delivering justice to exercising irreversible power over human existence.
Right, but SteeBorne already made this argument about the just going to prison in the first place. I'll jump to this in a second.
And that power doesn't just affect the guilty, it defines the values of the entire society. A society that permits execution is one that accepts that killing can be justified under certain conditions. But if our goal is to uphold the value of human life, that standard must be absolute, not conditional. Ultimately, the debate is not about the worst individuals. It's about who we are as a society, and what we're allowed our government to do in our name. Only a minority still actively use the death penalty today, including the United States, China, Iran, Saudi Arabia. 3 of which aren't really the best beacons of righteousness, which make it more abundantly clear the rest of the world understands the moral argument here to why the
China bad, so America bad.
death penalty should never be applied in any case. And I'll concede my time.
All right, so Lucid's Emerald said, I think with the death penalty, there's a middle ground in like investigation and selected requirements. I personally don't know the middle ground yet. Need to look more into it. And I was asking, what do you mean about a middle ground? I would say making it more certain that they've done the crime and probably give an additional year for more evidence. So essentially just kind of raising the bar as to what the threshold where it's like, okay, maybe before here, under here, it's not even up for question. And in this realm, maybe. And if you go above here, then you're definitely getting the death penalty. Are you saying that we should move those thresholds up, or at least the one threshold up? Is that kind of what you're saying? Because I mean, that's why people are on death row for like for a fucking decade, because it goes to appeal, and so there's much more than a year in terms of after the fact. But maybe you're also talking about yeah. Sometimes I gotta think about things. I know all of the things always and have an answer for everything immediately, but sometimes I gotta think about stuff. I'm just a person. I'm just a human. Jesus. Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, I definitely think that in any way we could be more sure of the government doing what we actually want, being executing the people and only the people that deserve to be executed. I think that would be a good thing. It's just that I feel like wherever you set that threshold, you're going to have reasons and mechanisms to be able to circumnavigate that and play lawyer games and all that kind of stuff. Public lash, well, I mean, public shaming in general, I'm fine with, but public lashings, I don't know about all that. But it depends. Like if we're talking, let's say for example that you are, you have an armed robbery, right? And you're going to go away for 10 to 15 years. You're gonna get 100 lashes. I wouldn't be in favor of that being the only punishment. I would be in favor of that being an option. Saves us money, gets it over quicker for you. I think the one thing I think will be really cool is yeah, I thought so. Right? Yeah, just let me know if anything's going down or anything. The one thing that I think will be really interesting is, I don't know if you guys seen the Black Mirror episode with John Hamm, White Christmas, and it has this technology where you can experience time very differently. And so without spoiling anything, basically they're trying to interrogate this guy about this stuff. And he just like wakes up and he's in this little cabin on Christmas and they're talking and whatever. And you find out, well, kind of a spoiler. Not really. You find out that they've, they say, like, oh, we've been in this cabin for 5 years and you've not said a word to me. All they did was crank up the perception of the guy that they're trying to interrogate. He'd been in there for 2 minutes, but it felt to him like 5 years. And so when we actually have that technology, assuming we ever do, then it'd be very interesting. It'd be like, okay, you can spend an actual 10 to 15 years in prison, or you can spend 50 years in a virtual prison that is like 3 months or something like that. Be interesting, right? I mean, interesting. Yeah, very true. But I don't want to be those places.
All right. There we go. So, Hammer, I guess it looks like that's going to be Vigilante, right? So we're going to go Vigilante.
Yeah, it would have to be.
Yep. All right. Process of elimination. Boom. All right. 3 minutes is on the clock, Vigi. Go ahead and do your thing.
Yeah. So first question, should we not have prisons because innocent people get convicted?
Boom.
Do we not have prisons because innocent people can be? No, we should still have prisons. Innocent
Right.
people.
So this is exactly what SteeBorne just said, that based on this logic, then we shouldn't even be arresting people because some people are falsely arrested in prison.
People all the time are put into jail and then, they can post bond and get out of jail, or they can hire a great attorney and also use that to get them out of jail. So prisons are a way to protect folks. Obviously, as a case is going on, you don't want to release somebody who we think may be guilty of something. So I still think prisons are still necessary.
Okay, so with life in prison specifically,
I just want to point out that thumb fun didn't even show up. It didn't even show up. They're like, "Arrow, we'll let you say it. We'll let you say it, but it's not going through StreamYard." That's hilarious.
Okay, so with life in prison specifically, the more violent offenders, specifically ones that end up in on death row and stuff, end up being put in what is effectively solitary confinement. Is solitary confinement more ethical than killing?
Ooh, and so you can already see, we're not even 1 minute in, and Vigi's already creating the story. You have to take people, the audience, us, in these debates. Remember, you're not trying to convince Cassell of anything. You're trying to convince all of us, and so you can already see the steps being laid down to the big whatever it is. So he's saying, okay, so we shouldn't have the death penalty because some innocent people get the death penalty, but we should have prison because some people get some innocent people get prison. Solitary confinement. Is it more ethical?
Solitary confinement. Is solitary confinement more ethical than killing?
Let them eat cake.
Is solitary
Haven't seen that either, by the way.
confinement ethical if somebody murders somebody? Well, solitary confinement is not up to the courts. It's not up to the people on the jury. That's up to the prison system themselves. So if somebody is acting up in prison, they're putting themselves into solitary confinement. That's not really up to the court system or how we judge them.
So if somebody murders somebody else, they're putting themselves up for the death penalty.
That's up to the prison system itself. So if we want prison reform on solitary confinement, I think that's another debate that I would definitely be on your side with. But just based on the death penalty, I think that's irrelevant here.
It's not irrelevant because when we're talking about
because only black jurors are able to see what murder is, right? When are you guys going to step out of this perspective of putting every single thing through the lens of race? It's so weird. It's so weird. Why would you expect that? I'm not even going there. I'm not even going there.
I think that's irrelevant here.
It's not irrelevant because when we're talking about high security prisons, the people that aren't put on death row, that are lifers, end up in what is effectively solitary confinement, where they're held to just their cells, and they only get at maximum like an hour of.
That's because you're a racist. Sorry, bud. Love you, but that's because you're racist.
Yard time per day. So they.
Yeah, but the death penalty is a state law. It's not up to the prison to determine who they put to death. That's up to the state. Prisons that operate entirely separately from the state, or and private prisons at least can.
No, they still have to abide the rules that the state puts forth.
So you're saying that if for a prison solitary confinement that's legal in every state, but the death penalty isn't. So how's that the case?
What?
Well, because you have to use solitary confinement to protect the Gen Pop from the more violent inmates.
Right, but I'm for protecting people against violent inmates. I'm not against that. I'm just talking about the death penalty.
Yeah, so with that being said, you are aware that solitary confinement is considered torture under the Geneva Convention, right?
under the Geneva Convention that solitary confinement is. Okay, I disagree with the Geneva Convention.
Okay,
I don't believe
so how is torture more ethical than ending a life? Because it is torture. I can explain why it's considered torture.
Ooh. Well, yeah, exactly. That's the right question to be asking. And so now, now we have a clear comparison. We have a clear comparison that Cassell, I don't know if he wants to say he's representing for his side, his whole side, but at least Cassell is establishing that death is worse than torture. Clanker typically refers to AI stuff, but yeah, in general.
Ending a life, because it is torture. I can explain why it's considered torture.
Go ahead and answer that, Cassell, if you want. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe solitary confinement is torture. I mean, I
Wow.
feel like you disagree with that, but
Well, it's not. I mean, it's an official category.
I don't think that
like the Geneva Convention.
Argue that. I'll just say I just disagree with that point.
Yeah. So Vigi, I'm sure you're going to get the chance to get into that in your opening. So Vigi, 3 minutes is on the clock for your opening, sir. Let us hear it.
Yeah, funny enough, I actually didn't add anything in here on solitary confinement, but the point of this debate is actually acknowledging the hard truth that sometimes someone can do something so heinous that it is no longer immoral to permanently remove them from society. We can obfuscate and talk about how there is a slim chance someone put on death row is innocent, but we are talking about roughly a 2% exoneration rate. If a procedure to permanently remove a cancer from your body.
Real quick, guys, I want you to keep an eye on their chat as well, going down here, because the DMZ does lean slightly left. So there's a lot of base people in there, but there definitely is more of a left-leaning crowd than a right-wing crowd. There's definitely right-wing debaters and stuff, but if you look at the chat, you're definitely going to see a lot more left-wing ideas. So I just want you to keep an eye on that and see, what are they saying? What are they saying? There you go. There you go.
Procedure to permanently remove a cancer.
I'll tell you that. Quality, I cannot say that. So, how would they be able to see our chat? This happened. This is a recorded thing already. How would they be able to see our chat? Obviously, you can't see it here, but yeah, their chat here. This is why you should watch on a PC of some sort.
Exoneration rate. If a procedure to permanently remove a cancer from your body was 98% effective, would you say that it's bad because in some cases it fails? Look, dead offenders cannot reoffend. We can sit here and put our focus primarily on crimes that we already have the death penalty, which is what my teammates have already done. So I'm going to move away from that a little bit. The reality is we don't have the death penalty for enough crimes, at least in my opinion.
Enough crimes? God damn. Bug said we are all innocent death row inmates on stolen land. You just can't argue against it. Your camel toe? What?
Which is what my teammates have already done. So I'm going to move away from that a little bit. The reality is we don't have the death penalty for enough crimes, at least in my opinion. And there are plenty of heinous crimes that we don't give the death penalty. CSA offenders, rapists, and sex traffickers are major crimes that are on that list. And they all also deserve the death penalty. And the majority of them have a higher reconviction rate than people who are convicted of homicide. Sex crimes like this often go underpunished despite the fact that raping somebody leaves them with a lifetime of trauma akin to being tortured. And it's a significantly more heinous crime than gunning someone down in the street because they're a part of a rival gang. While yes, this is a victim-centered mindset, it is grounded in reality. The death penalty could be made to be more cost-effective than it already is, simply by removing the mandatory appeals process. It is insane that it is mandatory to go through an appeals process for a case with enough evidence for the jury to convict with a death penalty recommendation. On top of this, research has shown that crime rates rise in states that abolish the death penalty. This is because the reality is that the death penalty is that is in fact a successful deterrent. It estimates that each execution determined costs thousands of extra lives in a generation. Look, I know my personal positions are hardline factors reserved for the most heinous, extreme offenders.
Okay, are we good? Jesus fucking Christ. So so the first person said something at 9:09, and a full 2 minutes later, does anybody give me the information? I don't know what sound question mark means. You have to tell me what is happening. If you want me to fix it, I need to know what's going wrong. Use your words.
Abolishing the death penalty costs thousands of extra lives in a generation. Look, I know my personal position is more hardline than my teammates, but the fact is the death penalty is reserved for the most heinous, extreme offenders who have committed egregious acts, offenders who are convicted without a shadow of a doubt. There's no reason to not only have it in the way that we have it now, but to also expand it to other extreme and heinous acts.
Right. Good stuff.
It's just like, not only am I down with the death penalty, but we should be doing it more.
So that leaves us with Gruffus going to cross-examine. Hope you were paying attention, my friend. 3 minutes is on the clock. Gruffus, cross-examine, please.
Would you agree, Vigi, that capital punishment has been disproportionately applied to the poor, racial minorities, and political dissidents, as a general rule of thumb?
Political dissidents, not in America at least, in other countries abroad, yeah, for the most part. And racial minorities have, especially prior.
Oh, shit, my bad. Shout out to Equality and Deference, because vagina. See, maybe miss a fucking Rumble rant. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Morty gets a double for that. Take that one. Take your time. Take your time. Anything now. And there we go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much my apologies. Quality said, I have an aunt who used to be opposed to the death penalty. She then worked in a prison, and upon seeing what vicious animals some people are, changed her mind. I want to make a racist joke, but I won't. But yeah, I mean, that is definitely what, you when you see it. then it's like, oh, just the notion of we just put them in a box. Doesn't really fucking work now, does it? Thank you. So very, very much shout out to Vagina. Very much appreciate it.
At least in other countries abroad, yeah, for the most part. And racial minorities have, especially in prior centuries, did get the brunt of the effect. Yes.
All right, and so your argument for the death penalty, at least in part, right, is that some people are too dangerous to risk releasing, that they'll reoffend.
And shout out again to our new co-sponsor of the stream, Quality and Deference. Thank you so very, very much. We're gonna have that as the reminder, so of course we don't forget. Just what if you support the there you go. See, that's how you get around it. You guys are smart. If you support the death penalty for sex offenders with victims under 12 years old, put a 1 for me. But again, it's our government proving it.
Right, and so your argument for the death penalty, at least in part, right, is that some people are too dangerous to risk releasing, that they'll reoffend. Just
Yes.
to double check. All right, so the justification for punishment for what they did, it's prevention for what they might do next.
It is a preventative measure, yes.
So,
wait, and lose it. I had a teacher who'd gone after some of the students. He didn't go to jail because he ended himself, meaning like sexual stuff with students. That's, I mean, in these days, you see more of the female teachers going after the male students. Shout out to Haley Beck. Yeah, I had he was a good teacher too, outside of this shit. But he was a younger dude, so he's probably like not quite 30 or right around 30. And there was this fat girl that she was not attractive, but they got caught in the fucking parking lot of the school. She was giving him dome, and then he got fired. And ironically, my sister's teacher, who was just like her, I guess this would have been, I would have been in 7th grade. So she would have been in like 3rd or 4th grade. And ironically, the teacher that my sister had at the time came to replace my teacher that was the pedo. And then she got just funny little things. Yeah, just take him out back. And guess what, guys?
what's the name for a political system that kills people to prevent future threats to a collective?
It could be a number of different political systems.
All right. Let me ask you about. I believe you mentioned rape specifically, right? If rape carries the death penalty, what incentives does the rapist not have to kill the victim afterwards?
I mean, they would get the death penalty either way, so the deterrent is more so for them to not fucking rape somebody.
Right. So to bring up a SCOTUS case, Kennedy versus Louisiana raised exactly this point, that equating rape and murder removes the marginal deterrent against the rapist killing the victim. So your policy on its own terms makes rape victims more likely to be murdered. How does that protect the people you're saying to protect? You say you're protecting?
Because as I pointed out in my opening, having the death penalty is a deterrent. It deters, on estimate, well, at least whenever it comes to murder, about 18 murders per execution. So let me ask you this: do you is it more ethical to murder or torture somebody?
Cross, dude. This is my cross.
Is it more ethical to murder or torture somebody?
You at least are still living if you're tortured, but
barely.
Well, and maybe that's not like that. That's kind of begging the question: do you still want to be living if you're being tortured?
You've told us that this. Oh, so you just admitted it. Thank you. You've told us the state has a history of executing people who are marginalized. You've told us that the justification is partly preventative, killing people for people what they might do, and you've seen that policy predictably increases related to harm, as I just pointed out. Which part of this is the specific condition where execution actually becomes justified?
Go ahead and answer that, Vijay.
Yeah, so here's the thing. The idea that we should throw out a system because it can be abused is absurd. We could apply this to many, many other systems that we see in society today, one of which being capitalism. Capitalism is the most abused system in all of mankind. We see this with people like Jeff Bezos. We see this with people like Elon Musk, where they abuse the fuck out of it in order to become the richest people in the fucking world. Just because a system is abusable doesn't mean that it should be thrown out. Every system has the potential for abuse. We shouldn't. It's throwing out the baby with the bathwater is exactly what you're trying to propose.
Fair enough. This is said the next year, there was a gay teacher who'd recorded himself doing it with a kid. People only found out because he had his computer with the students. Both Both of these happened after I graduated. Yeah, something. I don't know how old you are, but it seems like whatever the people who end up here. It seems to be like right after we graduated, whether it was high school or college or whatever. Things changed. Things got weird. No, I mean, he's definitely a capitalist. But the argument that he's making is just because some people can juke the system doesn't mean we get rid of the system. He's saying, despite the fact that people can be abuse the system, capitalism is still good.
All right, good stuff. So now we're going to go ahead and kick it over here for our last close. 3 minutes for you, Gruffus. Let us hear it.
Last open.
All right. You've heard 5 speakers tell you why in some specific conditions. I'm sorry, 3 speakers tell you why in some specific conditions the state is justified in killing people. I want to ask something simpler first. When you imagine a group of men strapping someone down to a table, injecting them with chemicals.
Oh, an emotional argument. Okay, gotcha.
Until they die. Does that feel like justice or feel like something else? Now let's just add the.
Well, depending on what they did, I don't feel like justice.
The word state back in. Ask yourself honestly, did anything change? And if it did, why? The instinct matters here. One of these.
Wait, what? What?
Chemicals until they die. Does that feel like justice or feel like something else? Now let's just add the word state back in. Ask yourself honestly, did anything change?
No.
And if it did, why?
We didn't.
The instinct matters here. One of the strongest moral traditions in moral philosophy holds that when a conclusion strikes virtually everyone as monstrous, the right response isn't to accept the conclusion. It's to reject one of the premises that got you there. The affirmative has given you premises to this.
Yeah, right. See, like, because I'm turning 37 in November, and it seems like that right around that area, and then people who are like late 40s. There's also some. There's some going on. There's some going on.
The premises that got you there. The affirmative has given you premises to this. May sound reasonable in isolation, but I'm asking you to keep on checking those against that instinct. Now let's show you what the law already knows. In 1895, the Supreme Court decided Coffin versus United States. The holding was simple. The presumption of innocence, in the court's own words, are axiomatic and elementary, and that it is independent beyond reasonable doubt standard. They are not the same thing. The presumption of innocence is a freestanding legal instrument operating throughout every criminal proceeding because the law has built into its own foundations an acknowledgement that they will sometimes be wrong. It is better. The court quoted Blackstone directly. It is better that 10 guilty persons escape than 1 innocent suffer. This is not modern liberal sentiment. It is the bedrock of Western criminal jurisprudence.
The bedrock or the bedrock?
Prudence tracing back through English common law and Roman law. The death penalty is one punishment that is unforgivable. Being wrong is unforgivable.
All right, come on.
And I want to make that concrete. Studies show that somewhere in the region of 2%, death sentences in the United States are imposed on innocent people. Would you accept death in order to keep the death penalty? So I want to ask the room that. And if the answer is no.
I obviously don't want to die. That doesn't, like, I don't want to get a speeding ticket either, but that doesn't mean I want to get rid of speeding tickets.
as I suspect as it is for everyone in this room, then why you are being asked to make that decision for someone else?
Is that when you drink coffee in bed, or?
And here's the more intuition. The affirmative needs you to accept that we can design a category of crime so severe and the system that is so reliable and utopic that we can execute
Utopic?
people without sometimes executing.
Is utopic a word? I thought utopian. Is utopic a word? All right, it's a
utopic.
All right, fine, but you know,
so reliable and utopic that we can execute people without sometimes executing the innocent and without creating new harms in the process. The law itself, in Coffin, says the first half of that is impossible. The Supreme Court in Kennedy, which I mentioned in Cross, says the second half produces the opposite of what it promises. You've heard three speakers give you reasons today. I'm asking you to trust something older than any of them. The instinct tells you that is wrong and that the law built on instincts onto its own foundations. The prompt asks you to find specific conditions where all of that stops being true. We say no such conditions exist. The law is with us, and so I suspect
the law is with you. What do you mean? We have death penalty laws. The law is not on your side.
That's your instincts.
All right.
And so you can see that, you know, there's going to be a difference. I'm not trying to throw shade to anybody, but as I said before, there are levels to this game. There are levels to this game. And part of your opening statement needs to be getting people on your side. And so having charisma, having, you know, comedy, having a joke in there, something like that. Something like that. But we just got very monotone. Here's some things. And let me ask you a question. Does this make you feel bad? No? Well, okay, it should. That's not very strong. That's not very strong. And Quality's asking about the picture. How do you guys feel about people? How do you guys feel about people using the pictures and being anonymous? I feel like if I was going to do a show like this, like, sorry, we're trying to have a you know, a production. Like, this is just what this is no good. This is no good. You gotta be on camera. You gotta be on camera. I don't know. That's just me.
You, Mr. Cassell. 3 minutes is on the clock for you to cross-examine Gruffus.
All right, so this is our last cross-examination. Hammer is going to be questioning him, and then I don't know exactly how the open debate works, but then we get to the open debate.
I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Yeah, go for it, Cassell. Cross-examine your own team.
Did I say Cassell? I meant Hammer. I'm sorry, brother. You guys are the same. You guys are the same person to me. I apologize. Hammer, please cross-examine Gruffus. Good catch.
Okay, Gruffus. So, do you think that it's impossible to determine the person's motives and intention and state of mind when judging a crime?
So, no, it's kind of by definition impossible. As you can't read someone's minds.
Yeah, I mean, it just right here, like we're losing an aspect of what is happening in the debate because it's you know, like how often would you tune into the show if it was just this? Like I'd be saying all the same things, but like what you know, is it going to be a matter of, you know, you say something that I like, but like not necessarily that I'm going to stop the show, and so you want to like what is that? It's just it's a completely different level of understanding and communication. I think that it should only be that, and I mean, this makes it even worse, but I feel like Gruffus has an advantage by being able to see Hammer and Hammer can't see him. I don't know. Do you guys care about that? I feel like that's definitely something I care about. I wonder if you guys care about that. Shout out to JAL. Welcome to the party. I mean, the affirmative is definitely pulling stronger arguments out. But we're still in opening statements. It's a 3v3. So they've been doing one-on-one opens. This is the last one-on-one cross-examination. and then whatever the actual debate is, because I'm pretty sure they don't just have like a panel with 3 people going on each side at once. But we will see. If I could run my video off my phone and my audio on my PC, that would be best. Well, technically, you can do that. Like in the same way where, I have, like if I need to restart and I pop up on my phone, then I would be able to pull up I would be able to pull up both and just mute one of them or something. But, I get it. And yeah, like that, the debate specifically, like if it's a panel, doesn't really matter as much. But even still, if it's one person on the panel that's not cammed up, then whatever. But if it's a whole panel of just pictures, and especially like with at least when you have no picture, you can see the thing going around the logo, so you can see who's talking. But if it's 2 pictures, and let's say you sound the same, and I don't know either of you. I don't know. If I was doing that shit, if I was hosting debates, and I'm definitely down to host debates, but you got to cam up. Plus, I do prefer seeing the speaker, but I understand the anonymous value. Yeah, I get it, but like, it's like how badly do you want to debate? How badly do you want to debate? Put on a mask. We have people who that one girl who wraps up her. It's just different. All right, I'm going to back this up a little bit.
Okay, Gruffus. So, do you think that it's impossible to determine the person's motives and intention and state of mind when judging a crime?
So, no, it's kind of by definition impossible. As you can't read someone's minds.
Okay, so you think things like manslaughter laws for someone who unintentionally killed someone, or second degree murder laws for someone who intended violence but didn't intend death, those should be judged on the same level as intentional premeditated murder?
Yes, because at the end of the day, they cause the same amount of harm. You don't.
Yeah, I don't love it, but it's definitely better than a static picture.
You don't. Yeah, they cause the same amount of harm.
Okay, so you think that the prison punishment should be completely determined by the harm caused, and why?
Well, not necessarily just the harm caused, also the punishment and whether or not the victims want there to be punishment whatsoever. I do think that the victim should have more of a say.
That gets messy. Because if you want an even playing field and the victim gets a say, the victim's family gets a say, then we're kind of taking that out of the justice system and just into whatever the victim feels.
In what is happening, so long as obviously there isn't the death penalty. But
so your view on justice is that its sole purpose is retribution, to punish people. No. Well, that's what you're arguing, right?
Quality's gotta head out. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out. And, of course, our co-sponsor of the stream. Very, very, very much appreciated, guys. Let's keep the ads off and keep Morty fed.
To punish people. No. Well, that's what you're arguing, right? How much do the families want to harm them, and how much do we want to punish them because they they caused bad things to happen?
Bingo.
Do you think that self-defense should be judged as murder? Like, if you kill someone in self-defense, do you think that should be?
No.
You should receive. Okay, well, that also goes into the state of mind and intentions of the person who killed you, who killed someone, right?
The difference is that they're actually, so to speak, they are actually performing an active. They are actively threatening your life, your liberty, or your property. You cannot actually.
Right, but your intention.
Yeah, that is a undeveloped thought. That is an undeveloped thought, because even if you drill into it for 1 second, you'd be like, okay, so if this guy, you're saying, you rob a store, you might be out next week because people don't care. Like, oh, I don't fuck with the police, or that don't make no sense.
Or your property, you cannot actually.
Right, but your intention is to stop that. Your intention is to stop that threat. I'm going to ask another question. So you're saying, okay, if we're gonna accept your premise that punishment or justice is about like punishing people partially to their crime, what do you think the maximum punishment should be for someone who causes mass harm, like kills 100 people?
Good question.
They should be locked up for life.
Locked up for life. Do you think that they should be in solitary confinement, or do you think they should be allowed amongst other prisoners?
I think they should. I don't think they should necessarily be locked up with Gen Pop, but I don't think they should necessarily be socially excluded for life. You can have a scenario in which all of the serial murderers, so to speak, are all together, but you don't have.
Okay,
that'll work out well. Just get 30 mass murderers in the same room forever.
All right, so that's actually that's time. Yep, no, it's time. So great openings, great crosses. So this is completely just not going to mean anything to you guys, but it's just 2 nights in a row that we've been doing this new sort of like the way that we're doing the format. And both nights in a row, it turned out that the captains, that the championship phase is going to be the people who are actually in the column together. So that said, we're going to.
Oh, okay. So it's going to be these two, and then these two, and then these two, I think.
Start out with our 3s. I'm going to give everybody a couple of seconds to gather themselves, but we're going to open up here to the first 7-minute champion round. And this is going to be between AnCom and Vigilante. Okay. So let's see. That is this combination right here. 7 minutes is on the clock. This is just an open conversation between the two of you. Let's try to keep it civil, keep it above the belt, but I will start the clock when y'all start to talk.
No.
AnCom, you're muted, my friend.
Shit, thank you. Vigi, I want to get at something in particular here, which is, and this came up both in my cross of Hammer and SteeBorne's cross of me, which is the concept of reversibility in any punishment we give. Now, this applies primarily to people who are wrongly convicted, but also to really any other version of punishment that we could possibly give out, short of the death penalty, to people that we can reverse those if the situation calls for it. Death is the only thing that we cannot reverse. Would you agree with that?
True. Yeah.
No, actually, if you actually look into a lot of people who have been exonerated or released from prison after a long period of time, it's very often that they one of the reasons why recidivism is so common is because those people tend to no longer feel like they are part of society, and they feel isolated from society in general, and it's why it's so hard for them to reemerge themselves back into society. So even imprisonment would technically still be irreversible.
It has a psychological impact, but we definitely have ways to mitigate and reverse much of that impact through various forms of psychotherapy, psychiatry, other forms of mental health treatment, whereas there's no way you can ever even hope to lessen the effects of death.
Well, I'm very pro-therapy. Does therapy help every single person that goes to therapy?
Of course not, but it does help the vast majority of...
Does it though? I don't know about all that. I think therapy as a whole is not doing well. I think if done properly, it would be helping the vast majority. But it's become a business where, and it's become normalized, where you're not going to a therapist to directly fix something. You're going to just feel better, and then that becomes a cycle, and you can just go forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. A good therapist should want to be done with you, but too many are raking it in, and this is why I specifically I will judge a channel, like a content creator, if they work with BetterHelp, because I've used BetterHelp and it's fucking trash. Exactly. Therapy is not doing what it's supposed to do, and especially if you go on these apps, then it's like it's therapists who are already like burned out, but they're not making enough money, so they moonlight on this, and it's. Bro, I had one crash out at me. I had one fucking quit And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to start a YouTube channel. Been a lot healthier since.
Single person that goes to therapy.
Of course not, but it does help the vast majority of people, does it not?
Depends on what the issue is. I would say that
it does depend on what the issue is. Something like trauma that we might have.
You know, you guys can do it too. It doesn't just have to be funk, and it doesn't just have to be 10 gifted memberships. 99 cents helps, guys. 99 cents really does help. I'm not asking for much.
That someone who is innocent might have received from being in prison for years unjustly. That is something that we have pretty good success rates in treating, largely because we have a lot of experience in treating other forms of trauma and PTSD, right?
That depends. It's going to heavily depend on how long they're in there, because when we talk about trauma can also cause, granted, this is if the person has the capacity for it genetically.
Hey, there he is. Shout out to Boss with the $1 make you holla. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Morty don't know the difference. He don't know the difference between $1, $10, $50, or anything else. So he appreciates it all the same. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very, very much, sir. That's 34 points for the weekly movie night goal. 3 out of 15 and 11 out of 75 for the night. Thank you, sir. Very, very, very much appreciated.
They're in there, because when we talk about trauma can also cause, granted, this is if the person has the capacity for it genetically, but it can also cause things like sociopathy and other forms of, and psychopathy.
Sociopathy and psychopathy, not sociopathy and psychopathy. Other things that just trigger me. Psychopathy. Sociopathy. So now I can't fucking say it. Jesus Christ. It's not those.
Other forms of antisocial personality disorder, which are irreversible and untreatable.
Fair enough, but I mean, trauma is something that everyday people face every day. Like it is something that is unfortunately common, which is part of the reason why we have treatments for it and why that is something that is evolving. But the fact is that we do have ways to mitigate that. We have no way to mitigate someone being executed by the state, whether or not they are innocent.
Yeah, guys, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. The 99 cents, $1, the super, it really does add up. It really does add up. Thank you so very much.
Of the crime. The point that I'm making here is that why are we not reverting to the least harmful, and in that I would say, you know, the more reversible alternatives?
Yeah. So, how do you know how effective?
Lucid, you have a good one. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Yeah, right. Any amount of dollar, make a lucha holla. You got it.
Alternatives.
Yeah. So. How do you know how effective? Do you know, if at all, that how effective rehabilitative focus systems are at rehabilitating violent criminals?
Not very. What is there, like a 75% recidivism rate across the country?
Depends on the context. I know it's a lot lower in the U.S. than in other countries that practice it differently.
So here's the thing. I actually looked into the statistics because I was like debating on whether or not I was going to look to use them or not. But the problem is you can't find them, because a lot of the countries that have more rehabilitative focused systems, like Norway, which is arguably the most rehabilitative focused system in the world, they only have their general recidivism rates publicly available. Like, you cannot find the recidivism rates per crime. So, like, how can we sit here and say that focusing more on rehabilitation is more effective when we don't actually know if it's more effective?
I didn't actually say it was more effective. I said that you can't reverse death. At the very least, even if we accept that recidivism rates won't change, we have a non-death based solution for that, which is imprisonment. Now, we can get in, like, there are other problems with imprisonment and our prison system in general.
Mm-hmm.
I think both of us would agree with that. But in all of these cases, are there any worse outcomes to imprisonment than death? And I'm not even talking.
Is there any worse outcomes to imprisonment than death? Are there any worse outcomes
imprisonment than death? And
no. I would say no, but you're talking to the wrong guy, because Vigi just said he wants the death penalty for more. So I'm a little. This is reading your opponent. He explicitly stated that he's the most hardline of their team, and you're trying to appeal to this emotion, I guess, that doesn't actually fit. Shout out to King Nirvana. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. Why would they want to change? Just work in there? Yeah. Yeah. That's how a lot of people live their lives.
Worse outcomes to imprisonment than death. And I'm not even talking necessarily just about execution here. Like, yes, there are
I'd say both.
accidental and intentional deaths that happen within prisons. But again, that is a prison reform conversation, not a death penalty conversation. So I ask again, is there any more permanent outcome in imprisonment than death?
Do you have a is this where do we see that life in prison is cheaper than the death penalty? Are you making that up?
No, there's not a more permanent outcome, but I would argue that ending the life is more ethical than torturing them.
You think killing someone is more ethical than torturing them? I wouldn't say either is ethical, but
Test. Can you hear me? I'm just gonna keep talking. What the fuck was I saying? Yeah. So if you're saying they're equal. There you go. That doesn't tell me anything. That does. Are we good now? Let's go back to Richard and say welcome. It's saying it's picking it up on my side. Good. All right. So, hey. Disavow. But here we are establishing that torture is worse than death, and that's a position that he's holding. And AnCom's just like, what? No way. You have to make the arguments. Having the position is not enough for a debate. All right, so video. God damn it! What the fuck is going on?
reversible. We
Let me
can't
know.
do anything
Let me
about that
know.
one.
So I'm putting up a prompt. Did it come? Good now. Okay, thank you. All right. So they were just
damage. There is a chance, however small, we're going to grant that with various forms of mental health care. There is a chance to reverse some of that damage. Whereas there, unless you have a magic cure for bringing people back to life, Like, that one's irreversible.
Christians.
We can't do anything about that one.
All right, so I'm because we have a strike on the channel. I'm a little bit I'm a little bit scared. So I'm putting the death penalty, but obviously we're talking about the death penalty. So which would you prefer? Life in solitary or the death penalty? The death penalty. It's just that I was the shirtless dancing guy from when Tim Cast Discord first started. I don't know if you remember. Are the numbers still there? A bunch of actual fasts. I don't know. I very quickly was like, okay, I'm not really going to be hanging out here that often. And then maybe a year and a half, somewhere around there. I ended my membership. I still like Tim, but he just, he's gone downhill. So the previous poll being in some specific, the prompt here in some specific conditions, the death penalty is justified. I would agree. Now, the caveat is that I don't believe that any of those conditions would be because the government said so. The reason would have to be something that, like, I physically saw you do this horrific thing. Then I would feel that the execution would be justified morally, even though I don't trust the government to be able to play that out properly. Nuance, you know. Bro, what the fuck happened to him? He used to be all over the place. Still kicking? 3 years ago? 2, yeah, he's been gone for years. What happened to him? Okay, now we gotta do him. Let's see, what do we got? Sent to the Shadow Realm. Really? That's it? We don't have any kind of... What do we got here? I think the real combo should be, is it okay to, says Nuance Bro. Bang a 15-year-old if she looks 20 and is really hot, said Nuance Bro. Yikes. So we do tend to have abnormally high age of consent. Let's not pretend like, oh, God, come on, bro. You ever see people so dumb that they make you reconsider the ethics? Yeah, it's this one. It's this one. Come on, bro. R.I.P. Nuance, bro.
Like, that one's irreversible. We can't do anything about that one.
Still an emotional argument.
Yeah, so whenever it comes to torture, you still live with physical and psychological trauma for the rest of your life, which in it...
The key words there are, you still live. Because there are ways...
Okay, so why is that inherently better?
To try and mitigate and reduce some of the harm that comes from torture. I'm not saying it's a good thing, not by any means, but on a scale of torture to death, I'm pretty sure death is the worst one, largely by virtue of it being completely and utterly irreversible in all ways, shapes, and forms.
And yet, most of you are saying nay. I'll take the death penalty.
Which one do we prevent militaries from doing? Do we prevent militaries from killing somebody, or do we prevent militaries from torturing them?
Usually both, unless the life of the combatant in question is in danger. That's why we have rules of engagement.
Yeah, I mean, the primary rules of engagement are...
all right, let's see. Box is saying about that it's cheaper. So I asked, is life in prison cheaper than using the death penalty on someone? In the US, life imprisonment is usually cheaper than the death penalty. It sounds counterintuitive because housing someone in prison for decades is expensive, but the death penalty process itself is extremely costly due to legal requirements. Longer, more complex trials, automatic appeals. But the problem already is that you are also going to get the appeals and stuff for. It's not like people get life in prison and they're just like, well, that sucked. So already, it may be a longer legal process to get from trial to, okay, you are sentenced with the death penalty. But I don't know that process, and we'll keep reading, but I don't know that process is fairly being matched up to the reality of if you get a life in prison case. Because you're still going to have it may not be automatic appeals, but you're going to appeal it as far as you can. Higher incarceration costs on death row. That makes sense. Execution procedures and litigation. If a country had a very fast execution with limited appeals, the death penalty can definitely be cheaper. So I just want to say, but it's not like if someone gets a life in prison sentence that they're not also going to appeal as much as possible. Yeah, I get those are on a different level. I know that they're a different level. That's not what I'm saying. No, but I'm saying the costs associated with death penalty cases, the cost cannot be directly compared to the costs associated with I'm saying that the cost associated with the death penalty cannot be directly compared to the cost, or I should say, it can be directly. God damn it! You cannot simply compare death penalty cost to only the incarceration costs of life imprisonment and conclude the death penalty is more expensive. Proper comparison has to be death penalty case and appeals and incarceration before execution versus life without parole case and appeals and incarceration for life. So let's see. The reason may still conclude the death penalty costs more is that they likely isolate the marginal cost of seeking death instead of life without parole, meaning for a similar murder case, what extra costs appear because prosecutors pursue executions. They compare that stuff. So it's not that it's automatically cheaper or more expensive. Under the current U.S. legal system, many analyses find that capital punishment tends to cost more than life without parole, largely because of the extra legal process required. And so again, exactly, that's what I'm saying. So it's required with the death penalty cases. And so those costs get added on. But just because they're not required in a life in prison sentence case doesn't mean you're not also going to go through all of those things. So, yeah, no. Why am I using AI? Because I didn't know the answer? Both the judge and the attorney general, part owners of the land and what? I guess y'all talking amongst yourselves. Diving back in.
Is in danger. That's why we have rules of engagement.
Yeah, I mean,
we all are Billie Eilish on stolen land. Why am I better at the meme than you guys are? You guys should be dropping fire out of nowhere.
Combatant in question is in danger. That's why we have rules of engagement.
Yeah, I mean, the primary rules of engagement are created by our Congress, though. They're not created by the
So are all laws.
world outside of
I mean,
like the Geneva Convention.
So are the
the-
prohibitions on torture. Like these are
No,
all
the-
laws
the
made by
prohibi-
Congress at the end of the day.
prohibitions on torture. The primary prohibitions on torture were created by the Geneva Conventions. That's international law. There's a massive difference.
Yeah, but the U.S. has never been bound by the Geneva Conventions. We have our own laws in the military
My pronouns are you can fuck the fuck off.
Code of Justice, which is created by Congress, that prohibits soldiers from torturing captives and prisoners of war. The fact that the Geneva Conventions also happen to exist, they have no effect on U.S. law because, well, quite frankly, the U.S. is the biggest military in the world, and you can't enforce laws without, some
international law, right?
Some ability to do violence upon the people that you're trying to enforce it against. But the point still stands. The Geneva Conventions don't mean shit to the U.S. We make our own laws about this.
Yeah, but that's not really the point. Like when we're talking,
right? Doesn't that go in Vigi's? Isn't that a point for Vigi's side? That we're using the Geneva Convention to discern that. Yeah, that helps. That just says there's a lot of situations where it wouldn't be justified, but they just need one. They just need one.
talking about international law, there's not a prevention for them to kill people. There's only prevention for them to torture. So it's more widely accepted that it is less okay to torture somebody than it is to kill them.
I would argue that there are preventions on killing. They're called the rules of engagement. If you violate the rules of engagement and go killing people when it is not called for in a combat situation, you can and usually will be punished in some way, shape, or form, just as you will if you are found to be torturing someone.
The only type
I'm confused as to what AnCom, like, okay, I understand what AnCom is saying, but how is this drawing back to the justification?
of killing that are prevented via international laws are killing the civilians. There's no rules around killing other combatants outside of ones that are in the international opinion, things that would be considered torturous, like using shotguns.
I mean, if you go out of your way to kill someone that, your commander has not given you permission to do and does not fall within the typical rules of engagement, you can and often will be court-martialed for that.
Yes, but I'm talking
Doesn't
about
matter if
the
they're a
socially
combatant or
accepted
not. Like,
norms. I'm talking about the socially accepted norms of international law, not U.S. military
Okay.
code.
I mean, we're talking about the socially accepted norms of U.S. U.S. civil justice. So, I as far as I know, and I may be wrong on this, I will admit to ignorance, I don't know of any case where someone has been convicted of torturing another and has been sentenced to the death penalty. Am I wrong? I assume you have the numbers on that.
All right. Well, gentlemen, I'm actually going to go ahead and jump in. I've already
Why would that even be relevant? So, like, so far, we can see in this part of the debate that Vigilante has an argument that he's putting forth. AnCom just kind of seemed to be I don't know what exactly the point is that you're saying that clarifies that there's not one single situation, one single condition where the death penalty would be justified. You're saying why you don't like it. You're saying why it's bad. You're saying why it shouldn't be overused. You're saying that it can be abused. But you're not saying why there's no situation that it's that is justified.
Hold on, Vigi. We're going to let that question ride, and it's going to go to the next people who talk. We're actually moving backwards through this. So great job, gentlemen. Both of y'all appreciate it. We're going to go ahead and go to our twos now.
I'll make that thing tango.
Gruffus and SteeBorne are going to step into the ring for 7 minutes. Again, as y'all saw, if you're
It feels icky. It's icky, right, Box? It's icky.
still treading new ground and you're not just talking in circles, I'm going to go ahead and add the 3 minutes. So just watch the clock. As long as you see it appear, then we'll keep going. Gentlemen, I hope you are ready. Clock starts when y'all start to talk.
All right, it's Gruffus. Is that?
Yeah.
So do you think that there is a distinction between, or do you think that one is worse between torture and murder?
I think murder is worse because at least at the end of the day, you are still alive afterwards.
Okay, and is being alive always better than being dead?
Yeah, I would say it is better to treat humans as ends rather than means to an end, so to speak. So yeah, in this case, yes.
Let me
Why?
tell you a little story about a guy about a World War I soldier. Right, this is a story from a book called Johnny Got His Gun.
All right, story time, guys. Story time. But I am going to present a question to you. Which is worse, death or torture? So this isn't specifically about you. This isn't asking what you would prefer. This is in general. What do you see as the worst thing?
About a World War I soldier. Right, this is a story from a book called Johnny Got His Gun. He's a World War I soldier. He stepped on a landmine. It blew off all of his limbs, his face, lost his jaw, his eyes, everything. He was being kept in a tube and kept on life support, and proceeded for months to tap on his little shoulder nub, all that he had left, on his bed rail in Morse code, asking his doctors to kill him.
Kill me!
Such extreme pain.
Kill me!
So, I have a follow-up question. Do you hold to MAID programs? Do you think those are a good idea?
I don't see how they these two are connected.
Just answer the fucking question.
I promise
MAID
I'll tie it
programs
together.
are typically voluntary.
I'll tie
They're
it together.
typically voluntary, right?
Yes, I'll tie it together.
Right,
Just
so
yes or no,
the-
just support 'em.
I don't honestly know a whole lot about MAID programs. I'm not.
I mean, like,
Canadian
just the
and
concept. I'm
I-
not talking about like maybe specific people done it. Just the concept behind it.
Look at the chat and be like, yeah, this dude's not it.
I would say I'm generally okay with them so long as there's no coercion or there's
Okay,
no.
fine. So if somebody has something, let's say like severe depression, should they be allowed to off themselves?
So
that's how MAID works.
As long as they I honestly would have to. I'm gonna pull an income here. I would need to think about that.
Well, how? Wait. How are you in a debate about the death penalty and you haven't thought about people ending themselves? You would have to imagine that that's going to come up.
This is not exactly somewhere where I'm 100% confident in.
Well, your partner was talking about how the distinction between murder and torture, why one of them was worse than the others, because one of them's reversible, right? We can't reverse death. You can't reverse plucking somebody's eyes out. You can't reverse cutting their limbs off. You can't reverse scalping them, right? There's all kinds of things that you can't reverse that are also worse than death, right? There are all kinds of pains that you can inflict on a person that are
like the boats. But one of you weren't here for the boats.
worse than being dead.
I mean, we have prosthetics now, right? Like you can.
Do you know how much the average prosthetic is? It's like $100,000.
Sure, but it is technically reversible.
No, that's not reversible. You don't get a brand new hand.
Yeah, no. If you blow off your arm and then you get a prosthetic, that's not reversing the fact that you don't have an arm.
Your hand. It's not reversible.
Well, sure, it's not your hand, but you have a replacement for it.
Yeah, but it's still not your hand. It's not reverse. Okay, how do you reverse plucking someone's eyes out? Real quick, could you tell me that?
There you go. And so again, you can see that SteeBorne has a focus, has a point to make, and is driving towards that point. He's not just talking and kind of, well, what do you think? And I think this. He's driving at a point. And you could see that the last line, I'm going to back up a little. You can see that the last line of questioning, he could see, okay, this isn't getting me anywhere. And so he pivots and asks a new question. Shout out to Jager. Welcome to the party. Dilly dilly to the Harleys. You'll never find me on a bike because my best friend died in one. But they are very cool. So we have a 3v3 debate going on. In some specific conditions, the death penalty is justified. So they've been doing, each person got an opening statement, and then each person got a one-on-one cross-exam. And now they're doing 3 7-minute back and forths to decide the debate. So we've got, the A is people who agree on the affirmative, N is the negative, of course. So this is just the second open debate. So we're about halfway through. Welcome to the party. Yeah, so I want to back this up a little bit and look for when SteeBorne understands that he's driving. Not only is he driving towards a point, but he's driving to that point, and he realizes that he's not getting the types of answers that work in his favor. In his favor, so he switches. See if you can catch it.
Okay. Well, sure, no, that's not reversible. You don't get a brand new hand back. It's not your hand. It's not reversible. They gave.
Well, sure, it's not your.
So remember, they're saying if you blow off your hand, you get a prosthetic. That's reversible.
Hand, but you have a replacement for it.
Yeah, but it's still not your hand. It's not reverse. Okay, how do you
blink and you miss it? Blink and you miss it. And it's convenient because he started the sentence and then he was like, you know what, fuck it. Listen again.
Yeah, but you have a replacement for it.
Yeah, but it's still not your hand. It's not reverse. Okay, how do you?
It's not okay. Now I'm gonna pivot to
reverse plucking someone's eyes out real quick.
So there you go. Now you lay your dick on the table. Okay, explain this to me. This is how you debate.
Could you tell me that?
I mean, you can't reverse it, but I mean, you can't reverse it, nor do I know of any technology that you could.
Okay, so then, based on what you just said, then death is not the only irreversible punishment.
How would you reverse, like, pouring acid on somebody on their face? Like, how would you reverse that?
I mean,
you can't, bro.
Well, I don't see how this is.
Yeah, because you're stupid. You're establishing that death is worse because of the fact that it cannot be fixed. And so now he's giving you other examples of things that cannot be fixed, but you're still saying death is worse. So it's not really about the fact that it can't be fixed. Hey, I love to see it. I love to see it. So much love, you can't even keep up.
I mean, once again, I don't see how this is due to the
because the threshold that you guys are drawing between why, like, you know, torture is not as bad as murder is because murder is not reversible, whereas torture is. There's all kinds of conditions that you can subject people to that's not reversible. You can't reverse the trauma of a great victim. You can't do that, right? They're always going to have that trauma.
Right, but they're also still alive.
Okay, and so you see they keep coming back to, but you're alive. So then you have to establish that being alive is inherently better than not being alive, which you already conceded that there are situations where maybe being alive isn't better.
And if you think that if you ask some of them, they would say that they'd rather be alive. Like, honestly, if you ask most women, would you rather be murdered or rape? Which one do you think they answer?
You're equating individualism to an entire institution that spans an entire society.
Because the threshold you guys are driving or you're trying to draw here is totally inconsistent and incoherent. It's actually just basically, well, my feels.
Really? So you mean earlier you said that a lot of the death penalty arguments were utilitarian and pragmatic, but I mean
And just to be clear, my preferences is all we have, but you must justify those preferences in some sort of basis or logic.
I would say one of the best arguments against this, at least in the U.S., is U.S. v. Coffin. Is in the state's words that the presumption of innocence is axiomatic and elementary. The death penalty is the one punishment that makes honoring this axiom permanently impossible. So how do you hold the presumption of innocence as a moral foundation while endorsing the punishment that makes violating it irreversible?
What?
This axiom permanently impossible. So how do you hold the presumption of innocence as a moral foundation? Well,
how do you hold the presumption of innocence as a moral foundation while
endorsing the punishment that makes violating it irreversible?
You chalk it up to the fact that there is no utopian perfect system. You understand that whatever system you use, there will be irreversible effects on the wrong people. Unfortunately, that's how life works.
You're presumed innocent until proven guilty. Like that, how is that relevant to?
Yeah, right. Exactly. We're talking about people who've been proven guilty beyond the shadow of a reasonable doubt.
Proven guilty?
Because
if I have the video, right? If I have the video of the guy like walking up to, you know, like the three ladies and just like, you know, just like, you know, right then and there, right? Like it's all right there. We have the bloody knife. We have his DNA all over it. We have the victim's DNA all over it, right? And we have a sworn confession from him. Yeah, I walked up and I stabbed those people, right?
Right, sure.
Why'd you do it? Well, because I thought it was fun. Why the fuck should we try to rehabilitate this guy and just say, you know what? No. And would you also?
Right. And so in that situation, it's sheer principle that theoretically the government could have made up a bunch of stuff. That's my only thing. And I know it is a stretch, but I do feel strongly enough about if there's one person who's executed by the state, that is too many. Or innocent person executed by the state, that's too many. But I'm all for, you know, that dude being executed. You know what I mean?
It's fun. Why the fuck should we try to rehabilitate this guy and just say, you know what? No. And would you also, the overwhelming majority of violent crimes are actually committed by a small percentage of the population, right? Like a relatively small percentage of the population. It's not a bunch of people. It's actually, you know, a bunch of repeat offenders. Why not just, like, why aren't we just keep, or like letting this cycle continue where if we could either, you know, we could imprison all of them for life, but that's really.
Right. And so then the proper question, why ought we? That's what this whole debate is. A moral argument. Why ought we do that?
Actually, that's a lot more expensive than just executing them. And they've already.
And as Box corrected, maybe, potentially, that is not the case, and very likely it'll be more expensive.
I mean, they can't sit in society.
Because I don't think the state ought to have the power or the capacity to prioritize or enact irreversibly retributive force over innocence, due process, or non-arbitrary legality.
You want a society? Some people are going to get fucked. Sorry.
And the death penalty is also more expensive.
In the initial, they say, so this is an argument I've actually looked into, right? In the initial.
Ooh, all right, SteeBorne, come on through. There is no fucking way. There is no fucking way. The average case. I refuse to believe that the average death penalty case is more expensive than the average life in prison case. Let's see, SteeBorne.
More expensive.
In the initial, they say, so this is an argument I've actually looked into, right? In the initial, yes. If you were to compare it to how much it costs to keep a person in prison for 1 year, the death penalty is more expensive than that. But it's way less expensive than keeping somebody in prison for life, where you're paying 40 to 100 grand per year per prisoner. Right? And a lot of these are
That's not what ChatGPT says. That's not what ChatGPT says. We all know how shitty ChatGPT can be, and I push back, but pretty confident that there is a lot of costs there. Whether or not it is automatically more expensive is not the case, but it could be. Hey, shout out to Jager with the big $10. No question, no comment, just pure love of the puppy. Oh, I dropped it. You got it? There you go. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Very, very, very much appreciated, guys. Jager for the win.
But it's way less expensive than keeping somebody in prison for life, where you're paying 40 to 100 grand per year per prisoner. Right? And a lot of these are tax funded. Why are my taxes going to just keep this guy alive? Like, why would I want to keep this guy operating? I'm paying for his food, his bed, his clothing. He just raped 3 women because he thought it was fun, and then he curbed stopped their toddlers. Why the hell do I want to pay to keep this guy alive?
Because every person has the inalienable right to life, and to deny that, you just end up having to fall into might makes right.
No, that's not might makes right. That's just might makes.
Interesting distinction. If I'm Gruffus right now, okay, say more. We got 6 seconds. Okay, say more on that.
Might makes right. That's just might makes. I didn't claim it makes it correct. I just said that might makes, right?
So you're making might makes reality.
No, might makes, as in like might. No, as in might achieve things, right? Like you can get stuff done with force. It doesn't mean that it's that inherently makes it correct. That would be might makes right. I'm saying, but you can achieve goals, or you can get things done with force.
Gotcha. So he's essentially saying might makes right in the sense that that is what's decided. But I'm assuming as a Christian, just because you have the might to say, okay, abortions are allowed, that doesn't make it right. He's just saying might makes what is.
Sure, you can find stuff that you can achieve stuff through force, but now that kind of does imply that you are taking might makes right. So
shout out again to Jager. Thank you so very, very much, sir. For the puppy and the movies. Very, very, very much appreciated, sir. Yeah. Fair enough. I think that's a fair position.
Now that kind of does.
Oh, added some time. All right, let's go.
Sure, you can find stuff that you can achieve stuff through force, but now that kind of does imply that you are taking might makes right. So that doesn't entail
might makes right. Like, okay, when you go to prison, that's all fucking force, right? The cops show up there with the threat of force. If you don't comply, we're going to use force to physically remove you from this place and put you in a car and fucking take your ass to jail. That's force.
Yup.
Sure.
Right? So force might makes doesn't make right inherently. I don't see why you don't see the distinction here.
I think when he should have said yes when he said might makes reality. I that would have helped Gruffus here.
No, so, no, that just I see. I do see the distinction now. I just didn't quite I don't have it. I mean, the main point I wanted to get out was gotten out with AnCom.
Oh my god. I don't know. Some days it's fucking fine, and then other days it fucking does this. I don't understand. Like, it would make sense if, like, they just, after a certain amount of time, they're just like, okay, we need you to buy a new mic. Like, that would make sense. But sometimes it's good for like 2 weeks, and then other times it's like 5 times in the goddamn video. What the fuck was I saying? I don't think I was saying anything.
I mean, the main point I wanted to get out was gotten out with AnCom and my cross with Vigi.
All right, we can go ahead and just call it there then, gentlemen. It sort of
Actually,
ended.
Can I take this last minute and a half real quick?
No, I
actually
don't.
did have one more question I wanted to ask him real quick.
Go ahead, man.
Say something, I'm giving up on you.
Yeah, it was something that Gruffus said in his, I think it was Cassell he was talking to, or not Cassell, Hammer.
Right, but like that's not enough to buy a whole new microphone, right? That means just like make sure you're I can't, you know what I mean? I can't afford, well, sometimes every couple of weeks I have to unplug it a couple times, so I have to buy a whole new microphone. That probably will be 10 times as expensive and not as reliable. Like, come on.
You said that he asked you, do you think that there should be a different punishment for first versus second degree? Right? First degree being premeditated, I planned this out, and my intention was to kill this person, versus like you got into a fight and the guy died as a result of his wounds, but it was not your intent to kill him. You think those deserve the same punishment? You think those there's really no distinction between the two of them because ultimately somebody lost a life. But if I kill somebody in self-defense, that's not murder. Make that consistent. Somebody lost their life.
What is self-defense though? Someone's already trying.
We're not talking about self-defense. We're talking about manslaughter versus premeditated murder.
To kill you. And that's not the death penalty either, because they are actively trying to hurt you.
No, I'm saying. Okay, hold on. How is it you made the distinction that you said there's no distinction between first and second degree murder? Intent plays nothing into that from your view. Like there shouldn't be a distinction between the two of them because intent doesn't matter because somebody lost their life.
Yeah. I can give you an example as to why, if you would like, if you'd like an example.
That's what we're asking for.
All right. So, say you have you have a gun holstered to your belt, and it misfires and hits someone in the foot or the leg or whatever. Does the intent matter insofar as you should be paying said person restitution?
I'm not sure about how it would go about paying restitution, but the criminal aspect of this would most definitely be handled differently than whether or not you would just pulled out your gun and fired, as opposed to, like, let's say you're walking and you fell and your gun went off. Like it's not the same thing, right? If you didn't mean to hurt somebody, there's actually, we make distinctions there because intent has a massive impact on these types of things.
All right, we're going to go ahead and stop it there. Now, I gave you all the extra time, then it kind of came to a screeching halt. It was kind of weird there, but great job, gentlemen. I appreciate both of y'all. So we now have one more champion phase. Once again, so everybody knows, we are still working out the kinks and the bugs in the tipping and the question submissions. So that said, if you do the tips thing, you click the thing, you type it into the box. The questions are saved for the Q&A section, which is what we're doing while you guys are voting. So again, once everybody's on the screen, everybody, if you have a question for one specific person, say who it's for. If you have a question for everybody, just say so. And again, I post them on the screen a couple of times. That way the people.
I mean, isn't that what happened with Alex Preddy's gun? He didn't even need to drop it. He was just fucking walking.
People actually do get to think about their answer and they can give you a proper answer later on. But also, I just want to let you guys know it's PayPal only right now, but we are working to get that fixed. So that said, our two team captains are now going to go at it for another 7 minutes to start, although I'm pretty confident this one's going to go to a full 10 as well.
All right, we got the captains here, so this should be better.
Cassell and Hammer, my favorite podcast. You gentlemen start it up whenever you're ready.
Okay, so I really want to get into something that is a recurring theme for your team, which is that, well, we can't.
Man,
we
this is a
can't
Wendy's.
be completely sure that these people have committed the crime, so we don't want to kill them, because we might.
Ooh, shout out to Avarice with the $2. Said AnCom is removing someone's eyeballs. AnCom is removing someone's eyeballs reversible. How about a lobotomy? Is that reversible? Going back to their argument that, well, death is the only thing that's irreversible, which of course it is not.
Completely sure that these people have committed the crime, so we don't want to kill them, because we might want to drop the charges later on.
Perfect steel man. And so when you're in the midst of a debate, you want, if you are going to steel man someone, you want to do it in the worst possible way for them that is still good faith. Does that make sense? You want to be as low and dirty as you can be while still being good faith. You want to characterize their argument as it actually is, but you say it in the most the way that makes it seem the weakest, but it is what the argument actually is. Again,
There's a recurring theme for your team, which is that, well, we can't be completely sure that these people have committed a crime, so we don't want to kill them, because we might want to drop the charges later on. So would you say that it's impossible to know for sure that someone committed a violent crime?
No, so I don't think that's been a huge part of our argument. Our argument is that if you've committed a crime in the first degree, or committed a rape, a serious rape, or multiple offenses that are abhorrent, you should go to jail for life. Nobody is saying that everybody should be rehabilitated. That's something that's a part of a process that some people believe in. But at the end of the day, we're not asking for people to be released en masse. We're asking people to be held accountable, and that can be done in the prison system.
Okay, so I don't understand the argument then that
me neither. Other than I just don't like it. What is the argument?
About how it's irreversible to enact the death penalty. Why, if you can be sure that someone committed this crime, why would you be so concerned about reversing it?
Because that's not up to the state to determine who they can kill and who they ought not to kill.
It literally is. That's what laws are. What are you talking about? It is explicitly the state that says if somebody's coming after you, you can kill them. That's what self-defense laws are.
The state has a monopoly on violence. By definition, the state has a monopoly on violence, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean the state hasn't? Explain that more.
How can you be this far into a topic to be debating it and not have heard the phrase monopoly on violence? I'm just like, and even if you didn't, you know what a monopoly is and you know what violence is.
Because that's just how. Because the only way to make sure that that violence that is committed against people is regulated is that there's a higher power to determine when something should be stopped and when something should be interrupted. Like, this is why police are they are the be all end all. Like, when a violent situation happens, police will come and they will stop it, and they must be listened to.
Vox, you are probably the worst person at steel manning that I've ever met. I love you, brother, but you don't listen. That's why all the time I ask you, Box, can you? Well, usually box. Can you steel man what they just said? And you never can. I know you try, but you don't.
A violent situation happens, police will come and they will stop it, and they must be listened to, and they are allowed to commit violence because it is in the purpose of stopping further violence, right? That's the monopoly on violence.
So you think that the state is what's preventing more crimes from happening?
Yes, obviously. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a justice system.
Really? You think laws affect crime? What?
Stupid.
Crime and laws have no relation.
You don't wait. So do you not think that we should have any justice system that is completely useless? Do you think we should
No,
abolish
I've already argued that we shouldn't.
Because I'm better than you. I'm better than all of you. I'm better than everyone. Your opinions are shit. Mine are the only ones that matter.
Abolish prisons, or we shouldn't abolish the police. But
Okay.
You're making the point that we have people will stop committing murders and rapes because we're going to kill them in prison instead. That's obviously
No, but do you think there's other people that want to murder somebody but don't because they know that the law exists that they'll go to jail?
Stupid.
the death penalty hasn't prevented people from killing people or raping people. Like you know.
You don't think that having laws against things is a deterrent? That is a crazy fucking statement. That the murder rate would be exactly the same if there was no law against murder. There's no way that you can legitimately think that if we just got rid of murder laws or any laws, that the instances of those crimes would be exactly the same. You cannot think that. Jesse? Who's Jesse? Oh, Jesse on fire? Well, I mean, hey.
He hasn't prevented people from killing people or raping people. Like you know that's not true.
Well, just because the solution isn't 100% effective doesn't mean that it completely stops. The reason that
that's what prison is for. We stop it because we put them in prison. We keep them away from society.
Yes.
It doesn't mean that.
Or you can execute them.
We have to then kill them once they're in prison. They're away from society at that point.
Okay, but specifically your point is that we haven't, like, it's not worth it because it hasn't stopped rape and murder. But, like, yeah, of course, it hasn't completely stopped it. But the stats do show that these things are reduced when the death penalty is legal. And also,
right, and this is a great moment for being concise. Because again, Cassell obviously doesn't think that. He's thinking that, well, we have laws against murder and rape. But people still do that, so it didn't stop it completely. But that's not the argument that's being put forth, or the point that's being put forth. You're saying it didn't stop anybody. That means that if there were no laws against it, the murder rate would be the same. And you don't think that. If you put it to him like that, ask him that direct question. So you think that if we just allowed murder, that the murder rate would be exactly the same? He's like, well, no, I mean, of course not. Exactly.
So if you have someone who is so clearly a unrepentant,
Wait, how has that been shown to
criminal,
reduce it? Because somebody,
right? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. To think that the laws have no deterrent effect is insane.
mentioned, I think it was Vigi said that if somebody wasn't committed to death, they would commit 3 to 5 extra murders or crimes after, or something along those lines.
Yes. Yes. There are people who want to murder other people. Or let's just broaden it. There are people who want to commit crimes, but don't commit those crimes because they don't want to get in trouble.
Stupid.
Oh, we got a hungry dance. We got a hungry dance.
How do you even calculate that?
So the stats that I'm pretty sure what he brought up was that in areas where the death penalty is a part of the law, for every death penalty that is enacted, 18 murders, the crime.
Remember, guys, I still gotta buy the gift for Amelia. I'm meeting my niece tomorrow for the first time. I need your help.
Rate is the violent crime rate and the murder rate is reduced by 18 people relative to that.
And you don't think that's a coincidence?
No, dude, it's not a coincidence that saying we're going to throw you in jail for the rest of your life and or kill you if you do this thing. And people didn't do that thing. No, it's not a coincidence. Why would we have any laws at all then? What is the point of any law at all? This is so retarded.
A coincidence. I mean, it might be a complete coincidence that so the threat of the death penalty being enacted on you can cause you to second guess murdering someone. Maybe that's no, actually no. Fuck it. I mean, I was going to entertain that idea, but no, obviously.
Gruffus already proved the point that through the Supreme Court case, like people, if they know that they're going to be put to death, they don't even stop at rape. They will kill their rape victim afterwards.
Those are the people who are going to do it regardless. Those are the people who you, again, are not going to get this utopian society where there is no crime. That doesn't happen. These leftists just live in a fucking fantasy land.
So it just begets more violence at that point if they know that they have nothing but death to look forward to.
I mean, we can talk about like
that's such a minority of people who are deciding that they don't care about the deterrent, and so they're going to do the crime anyway. And then after making that decision, realizing that, well, I'm going to get put to death or being put in life or prison, I may as well go. The amount of people, the percentage of people that actually affects is so minuscule that bringing it up is almost a non sequitur. It's relevant, but it's almost a non sequitur. And feels you, bro.
I mean, there are solutions. So the prompt is it justifiable, right? So like, this is like things you've been, your team has brought up like instances where like, well, it's been bad in this case, it's not justified in this case. We're not justifying past examples of the death penalty. That's why the point that Gruffus brought up of, well, in the past it's been used higher rates against Black people. Again, we're not justifying the history of every single case, and we're not justifying the way that it's been done in every single case.
It's the principle.
There have been situations where it's been more liberally used, okay? And I would say the most obvious situation or the obvious solution to what you're talking about is by offering, like we have deals for people. When you turn yourself in for a crime, then you are given a lighter sentence.
Donate to get Lutch a new mic. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh, come on. Just fucking do the thing. I'm going to kill somebody in a video game. I hate everything about everything. Let me know if you can hear the video.
That's like impossible to prove, but I don't know how you can determine that. Like, it is already a part of our justice system that determining the motives and mind state of the person committing the crime determines our the way that we treat the punishment. And if someone is
fuck the police,
like if someone is like completely unrepentant in the crime that they've done, then that goes into the judgment, right? So these things aren't arbitrary.
Okay. Just to kind of ground ourselves back to the point of the death penalty, though, is if somebody commits a crime. So just let me get your just thought on this black and white issue. If somebody commits a crime and they are a threat to society and they go to prison for life, let's say they're sentenced to prison for life, why is your argument that the death penalty is preventing more crime from happening? How is that different? How is that going to prevent them any differently than them staying in prison where they're separated from society?
So the argument of preventing them from being in society is a justification for why we can't do like what is it?
Forget recidivism. There's no recidivism in this case. There's no rehabilitation.
Yeah. Okay. If we're talking about,
this is a fair question. This is a fair question because if we're talking about the idea that you could just spend your life in prison and that it keeps you away from offending and all those things, then what is the reason specifically for that person to go with the death penalty over life in prison for that one person?
Talking about life in prison, I would say there's, at the most generous claim, there is no difference between life in prison and the death penalty. If you are assigning someone for essentially the rest of their life in solitary confinement, I don't find that to be, just so that we can say that we didn't technically kill them, I don't find that to be very compelling. I don't understand why you would want to do that. It also, I mean, this isn't the crux of the argument, but like,
wait, but are you saying that somebody who killing them for a heinous murder is that the non-justification of life in prison and solitary confinement is because we're treating them too harshly now? So how can you say that killing them is not treating them harshly?
Because of the argument that was made before that the affirmative side is not putting death as the worst thing. So if they're being treated worse by being in prison for their whole lives, and we're now comparing the torture of being alive in that situation versus being executed, then you have not presented the argument as to why one is preferable over the other. Why is it preferable to spend your life in prison? That argument has not been put forth.
It's not about treating them harshly. I mean, it's not that. Okay, what you're implying is that I want to treat them less harshly, or I want solitary confinement to be less bad. Solitary confinement is the obvious solution for these cases. We can't have these people in Gen Pop, and we can't have them. If I can't trust them to be around the public, I obviously can't trust them to be around the.
Were you here for the boats? Were you here for the boats? Let's go back and just remind you.
17.
Just in case. Just in case. Since we're talking about the idea of being alive in the face of torture, you tell me, if this was you.
Scaphism.
If this was you, would you prefer to endure it or to be executed?
Known as the boats, was an ancient Persian method of execution, which is so drawn out and barbaric that you won't even believe what happened. So I'll actually read this ancient historian Zonaras. He explained what exactly scaphism is, because it's kind of weird to describe. So anyway, this is what he said, quote, "The Persians outvie all other barbarians in the horrid cruelty of their punishments, employing tortures that are particularly terrible and long drawn, namely the boats. What is meant by the boats, I must now explain for the benefit of the less well informed readers.
Thank you.
So 2 boats are joined together, one on top of the other. So like they fit like this. These are 2 boats with the person
like rowboats.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like rowboats with holes cut in them in such a way that the victim's head, hands, and feet are only left outside.
So this isn't even actually accurate, because this would be one boat on the bottom, and then they'll have another boat on top, where it's just the head, arms, and legs.
They're basically a boat sandwich, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Great.
And
just like that, Cece.
Yeah. And once the person is put together, the boat's then nailed shut so they can't get out. And then, it's where the crazy part happens, they start pouring a mixture of milk and honey into the wretched man's mouth until he is filled to the point of nausea.
Right, but what I'm asking is on day 2, are you like, all right, let's keep going? Or, because the argument that's being put forth is that, yes, if you continue this, then you'll die. But if you only do 3 days, you might not die.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, so Just like a funnel into his mouth?
They funnel.
Like force fed.
They force
Like
feed
a-
milk and honey.
Like foie gras.
Oh wait, it gets so much worse.
Yeah, up to the point where he's sick and he gets diarrhea from all that milk and honey. And then they start smearing his face, feet, and arms with the same mixture, and then leave him out exposed in the sun. They push him out into the middle
like
of,
a
into a
swamp.
stagnant body of water or whatnot. And,
Like a swamp.
Yeah, like a swamp. With all of that put over his face and until he has diarrhea. And then this is repeated every day over and
Oh, let me know if you can't hear the video. So this is day after day after day after day. Oh my god, what the fuck, dude?
doing this, and basically what happens, he starts shitting himself in this boat, and bugs and bees and everything start coming in, and they infest him, and they go inside of him.
And eat him from like the inside
and they
out.
eat him from the inside.
How long would it take for someone to die
I
this
think
way?
so. One historical account of this guy, his name was Mithridates. He was punished this way because he went against one of the Persian kings. He lived for
How long?
17 days.
Oh goddamn! I'm gonna bet. Yeah, 17 days. 17 days. And so obviously, yes, I understand that this treatment is the death penalty. But the point being made is that even these guys on the negative are acting as if death is the only. First of all, they're talking about the only irreversible thing, and secondly, they're claiming that being alive is inherently better. Box is into it. Oh, you fucking degen. God damn. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, right. I mean, better be harvesting the combs than being in the boats. But yeah, the point that is being established is that, let's say the guy has 17 days of that, then on day 3, if they gave him the option of, we'll just fucking, beat you over the head with a rock, or you can keep doing this, he would choose the rock. Why wouldn't you?
People in Gen Pop, and we can't have them. If I can't trust them to be around the public, I obviously can't trust them to be around fellow prisoners who also have rights to life.
I agree completely.
So we have to keep them in solitary confinement. But if you're keeping someone in a closed room for the remainder of their life, just so that you can say that you didn't kill them, I don't see, what is the purpose of that? What are you giving them?
So again, your argument is that we should treat them better in
No, that's Morty.
prison now because they are a murderer.
I laid out why that wasn't my argument.
Well, that I know, but then you keep coming back to, but then why should we put them in solitary confinement? They're going to be there forever. And
versus the alternative of the
alternative
of the death penalty.
Because it's not.
That's the comparison. The torture of solitary confinement versus death. They're asserting that death is worse without making the argument. And so, Hammer, you got to drill down. Why is death better than torture?
Up to the state. Again, this was the argument from the beginning. It's not up to the state to kill somebody. So if it's not up to the state to kill somebody, we know that this is the case. Then why do you think that that's going to be more justifiable?
And again, we see in the chat, someone said it's because we can't unkill them in case they are the 1 in 50 wrongly accused. Okay, but you can't undo the torture of being in solitary confinement either.
Okay, there's a couple ways I could go about this. Do you think that the state has an absolute responsibility to commit itself to not killing anybody?
Yeah, it should be. The state is not for determining who should be put to death.
Okay.
Okay, so should police not be able to use lethal force, and also soldiers?
They do in self-defense all the time. Of course they should.
Yes. Okay. Of course they should. Okay. So the government does have the ability to apply lethal force.
Yeah, but we're talking about individuals here. We're talking about the police being attacked or somebody being attacked by somebody else with a weapon, and their life is on the line. Of course, they should be able.
It's definitely not 1 in 50. They were just saying
to defend themselves.
Well, if we're saying the state should. If the state should absolutely never get involved in murdering another individual, then wouldn't the solution be to not send in? Because the police are only under threat of death because they're being sent in to solve this problem. A situation where they know they will likely have to kill somebody, right? So wouldn't the solution
we
be
have
to not...
laws where we protect the police and bystanders or self-defense laws, and we have those same states saying we will not put people to death. So how do you reconcile the two?
Dream of Californication.
I reconcile the two.
Well, how do you?
Those things are contradictory from your point, right?
No, because if you have somebody, if you live in a state like California where we don't have the death penalty, and then also at the same time, if a cop shoots somebody in self-defense, they're not going to go to jail or be put to death by the state. Those are two separate things because the state understands that there's two separate situations.
That has absolutely nothing to do with the prompt.
Totally different.
I want to get into this more, but our time is up. I'm just going to say that you guys haven't substantiated why the state has no right to end a life.
All right. You're right. The time is up. I was going to let y'all keep cooking. You're the captains, and it was still interesting, and I was enjoying it. I just want everybody out there to back me up that we need the Hammer and Cassell show. That is, it needs to fucking happen. So.
I don't know about that.
You guys did not disappoint me, and I appreciate that. So, again, I'm going to say again, and we got some more coming in. Keep sending in those questions. We want to see those questions pop up. That said, we're now going to go into our closing arguments. Captains, I want you guys to remember that after the closing arguments, I'm going to ask you to nominate somebody. So feel free to discuss amongst yourselves in the back who you think is going to be able to do a 2-minute Steelman best. After that, we're going to go to the voting. And while we're doing the vote,
guys, we've got 3 minutes to hit the goal, and then the members only after party begins. Remember, if you're not a member, then you will still be able to watch, and you can even go over on Rumble and chat if you like. You won't be part of the chat here, but you can still talk to me. Or, of course, you can join as a member. Starts at just $2.99 a month, and we do this every single Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So I think it's worth it. And, of course, you can send in those super chats.
Voting, that's where we're going to pose the questions. Who you think can go, which that you, Hammer, are going to kick us off for our closings. So I'm going to start the clock when you start to talk, sir. Make it happen.
Pretty much.
Okay, so I have noted, or I think it's become apparent that the opposition agrees with most of our points that there are certain crimes that are so reprehensible that they cannot be allowed into society.
I hate everything. I hate everything and everyone. All right, I'm not doing. If this cuts out again, I'm not gonna be able to do this. I'm getting so fucking angry. If it cuts out again, I'm just ending the stream. I'm sorry. No, it's my microphone. It works fine for weeks, and then it just doesn't. 6 times in the last fucking half an hour. If it happens again, I'm sorry, but I'm getting fucking heated, and it's not gonna be good for anybody. So let's just hope.
Agrees with most of our points that there are certain crimes that are so reprehensible that they cannot be allowed into society. That we can in fact determine these things. That we can in fact determine intention. And so they will agree to remove them from society. However, their only argument is to give them life in prison. But I don't understand the justification for that. Life in prison means being locked in a single room for the rest of your life, okay? That is so obviously torture. I think Gruffus was the one who is trying to justify that is not torture, but it is one of the more extreme examples of torture. Now, to say that the government has no right to take away a life is obviously wrong, right? The government determines that we will take our people's lives. That's why we have lethal forces in in play. The cops are expressly a force, which is...
This was the mic that I started. I used to use this on my laptop when I was the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast, and it's done me well for a long time. But just I don't know.
In play, the cops
don't wait. Are you just saying that? This is not the fucking time to make a joke like that. You can't hear me? Yeah, make sure you're live, because this is not a funny joke.
Are expressly a force, which is designed to employ lethal force when necessary. Same with the military, right? There's no justification to say that the government has no use of force. And if the government has no right to take away a life, if the government doesn't have the express autonomy to commit any level of violence, then what force does have this power, right? Our citizens don't have this power. They can't, as much as is needed, employ power to defend themselves because they're individual citizens. That is not reliable. We need a government which will take any measure to keep its citizens safe. That is why we have a monopoly on violence, and that is my conclusion.
All right, very cool. AnCom, you sir are up. 3 minutes on the clock. Give us as much as you need for a closing.
All right. Well, today I don't think we have seen any good arguments as to why the less harmful solutions should be used when dealing with
the presupposition. Why shouldn't we use the less harmful solution? Harmful. That's the entire thing. The entire thing is that you made the assumption, the presupposition, that life is always better than death. And it was shown many times that is not necessarily the case. So if you're saying it's less harmful, you have to make that argument. You did not make that argument.
The less harmful solutions should be used when dealing with questions of responses to crime and preventions to crime. We have not seen them justify the taking of a life by the state for reasons other than immediate self-defense, which I grant would be justified. But
all right, I'll let you guys stick around for the next 2 minutes and 33 seconds of his closing, and then it's going to members only chat. Shout out to Mr. Alley Cat. Make sure you get signed up. You got 2.5 minutes. Hit that join button, just $2.99 a month.
Other than immediate self-defense, which I grant would be justified, but the state itself is, it is an institution. It is a larger apparatus that doesn't have an immediate risk to life or risk to its own life on the horizon. Certainly not by any of the people that the affirmative is arguing should be put to death under some situations. I also want to point out, I don't think we got a clear definition of what specific conditions the death penalty is justified under. We have got...
That's not their job. They made the claim that some specific conditions, it's justified. Did you show that? No, in every situation, it's wrong. You didn't show that, so you fail.
A lot of kind of vague examples of cases, situations where that might be the case, but I don't think we've had it clearly defined. Ultimately, though, they just haven't dealt with the moral problem of the state executing people and the fact that that is a completely irreversible, unmitigable change in the status of that person. They brought up lots of other examples of things that can be done to a person, which are less than reversible or, harder to mitigate, but there are still ways to mitigate pretty much all of those. The only one that is completely irreversible, unmitigatable is death. So the fact that they have not brought up the arguments about why death is the preferable choice to something like life imprisonment.
They don't need to do that. You need to show why it's not.
Should be disqualifying right there. And I will concede the rest of my time.
Oh.
All right. Shout out to the members. We are now going to the members only chat. Remember, if you're not a member, stay right there. You can still hang out and watch, but it is now time for the members after party. Shout out to all of the disciples. Remember, guys, you can hit that join button. It's just $2.99 a month. Every single Monday, Wednesday, Friday stream, we have an after party for the members only. Come on through.
All right. Sounds good. We're now going to kick it over to you, SteeBorne. 3 minutes is going to go on the clock for you, sir. Use as much of it as you need. Put a cherry on top.
All right. I think I have a feeling that he's going to fucking nail this.
You are muted if you are talking, sir.
I was about to be so fucking angry. Okay. It's not me.
Thank you for that.
No worries.
Wouldn't be a SteeBorne stream if I didn't try and talk when I was on mute.
Heard.
Anyways, so basically, the basic argument from my partners and I tonight was that are there cases where it is this person has done something so bad, and they have demonstrated that they cannot be a member of society, or they've done something so egregious that you could justify the state taking their life. I think you absolutely can, but you have to frame it the right way. The point of the death penalty is not crime reduction. It can be a good incentive for certain cases. There's studies to prove that it can have somewhat of an impact on that. But the bigger question and the reason of the death penalty is actually because compassion for the guilty is punishing for the innocent, right?
Ooh, what was that?
Because compassion for the guilty is punishing for the innocent.
Compassion for the guilty is punishing for the innocent. That's a bar. That's a bar. Let's fucking go. Lots of sadness, guys. Sign up. Sign up. Sign up. That's a bar.
Is actually because compassion for the guilty is punishing for the innocent, right? Why should the mom of the victim in this case, we'll go with the hypothetical.
I disagree. I think that this is right in line with the idea that the victim should get to choose or have an effect on a heavy effect on the sentence. Like there's no basis for forgiveness that is standard. Some people are more forgiving than others. That doesn't have anything to do with a societal punishment. Like if, for example, if your child gets murdered and you just happen to be like, well, I don't think jail is gonna. You don't have the ability to be like, okay, we're just not gonna press charges on that. The state will press charges, and I think it's a bad thing. Like, well, and the same thing with Henry Novak. The Henry Novak, the family is like, oh, well, we don't want this used for a thing, but sorry. It's an extremely relevant thing. Sure, the family gets to forgive them if they want, but that shouldn't have a direct effect on how the laws work. Then it's just like, okay, well, make sure you kill people who are going to forgive you. That's dumb. The two are disconnected. Yep. I'm not just talking about the microphone. You know what I mean? The people who wrong me aren't mine to forgive or not. True, but not the punishment is not yours to give or not give.
mom of the victim in this case, we're going with the hypothetical of the 5-year-old who was, you know, murdered and raped by this guy, and that was his 10th time doing it. Right? You know, like why should she have to know that that guy is still alive and her little girl isn't because of his actions with intent? Right? That's a fucking bullshit system for one.
Right, but that's the same part. I don't. Let's just fucking finish this. Let's just fucking finish this. I don't even want to do this anymore.
With intent, right? That's a fucking bullshit system for one. And two, our opponent's arguments have been entirely circular.
I mean, a new mic is that like $300 to $500. Like we just gotta hope. We just gotta hope and pray.
And two, our opponent's arguments have been entirely circular. The state shouldn't do executions because the state has no right to take lives. Yes, the state has no right to do executions because they have no right to do executions. Or it's either it's bad because it violates the right to life, because it violates the right to life, because it violates the right to life. The problem is none of my opponents would actually be able to, and I wish we could get into this with a little more time, but maybe it'll have to be like a separate 1v1 somewhere else. They couldn't actually tell me why humans have inherent value, why it's bad to take human life, other than they just don't prefer that. They don't prefer that the state makes it or that the state executes people.
Yep, just saying things. I happen to agree with a lot of those things, but that's not how a debate works. You don't just say, I think this. Okay, great.
It's inherently immoral to violate the Constitution. I'm not sure that argument can be made. The Constitution is not a moral code or not a moral code book. It's a legal document.
What is it that you think I do with the fucking super chats? I'm trying to fucking go. Everything that I have that's not going into food, medicine for Morty, and my bills goes right back into all of this. That's what the donations are. What did you think I was doing with it? I'm not buying a new car.
The legal document. And also the idea that there's no distinction between first and second degree murder, that's absolutely insane. Our whole criminal justice system is based on intent and mindset.
Hey, shout out to Boggs. Thank you so very, very much. The $1 make you holla. Good boy. So, yeah. Very true. Very, very true. Except it's
our whole criminal justice system is based on intent and mindset, right? If you do something intentionally, it's treated differently than if you did it on accident. There's a reason why manslaughter is a different crime than murder. Always has been, because accidents happen, and it's not there's differences in these things that's actually really important to how we go about trying to do what the justice system is supposed to do, which is to give unto one what they are due. Right? It's not about crime prevention. The justice system, I think, should abandon this position entirely if we're trying to prevent crime. They suck at it. They're terrible at it. Our violent crimes to the fucking roof everywhere.
Yep.
But if it's about retribution, I think that the criminal justice system works much better.
Shout out to Box, who was the sponsor of the after party for just 1 minute, but we got Glow and Dark with the gifted membership. Shout out to Inside Your Bones. You are now a member. Feel free to chat alone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can you not tell? Can you not tell? Is it really that obscure? I think it's pretty obvious that he's Mr. Christian. Yes, sir, he is. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Glowing Dork. Let's dive back in.
If it's about retribution, I think that the criminal justice system works much better.
All right. Landed it right on the button. Just so you know, SteeBorne, this is your first time here. After we're done with the formal debate part, we actually do get into an open conversation. We have with the after party. So again, not everybody's able to stick around for the whole thing, but and we also have started bringing one person at a time from the chat. Those of you who can see a room down in the Discord channel, hop on in if you want to have a couple of minutes. As long as I've talked to you before.
What do you think? Oh my God. What do you think pro-life means? This is such a I'm surprised that you're this age and you haven't heard. No, really? Really? Actually, no. I don't believe you. I don't believe you that nobody's addressed this argument. I don't believe you. There has been somebody who said, just because I don't want you to be dead doesn't mean I want to pay for your whole life. You know, I'm pretty sure I've said that to you specifically. No, I don't like to see people be killed. That doesn't mean that I think it's my responsibility to pay for their whole life. I thought you were the Steel Man King!
In the Discord channel, hop on in if you want to have a couple of minutes. As long as I've talked to you before, you're vetted or vowed.
As I said, torture is worse than death. So if you have two buttons, one tortures you and one kills you, people will press the kill button. I would. Hell yeah. And I'm surprised that most of you are. Oh no, you're saying worse. Yeah, most people seem to agree. Well, what did you say, Podesta?
Want to have a couple of minutes? As long as I've talked to you before, you're vetted or vowed.
All right, come on, get to the vote.
Nope, wrong guy. This time it is Cassell. Cassell, you are the next one to give us your closing, sir.
Oh, they all got closings. All right.
Clock starts when you talk.
So at the end of this debate, my opponents want you to focus on the worst individuals, the most horrific crimes, and make a decision based on emotion. But justice...
Projection! No. It is you who feel like death is worse, and you are projecting that onto everybody else. Didn't even make it 10 seconds.
Individuals, the most horrific crimes, and make a decision based on emotion. But justice can't be built on emotion. It must be built on principle. First, in this debate, they said solitary confinement isn't enough for heinous murders. And then they say it's too harsh and even more cruel than being killed. As we debated, we understood this as a prison reform question and that the prisons will handle the harshest criminals as they deem or the state deems fit, and that irreversibility is really at the crux here. And as harsh as solitary confinement can be, it can be corrected or even reformed, which some states have done.
Which was directly argued against, that you say that sticks with you and you can't undo that. And then we also established many other things that are not death that are irreversible.
Already. So even they have already conceded that the death penalty is unjustified in most cases. That means that
well, yeah, in most cases, but not all cases. That's the whole debate.
They recognize the core truth that there is something fundamentally wrong with giving the state up the power to take a human life. But if that power is wrong in principle, it does not suddenly become right in extreme cases. Morality doesn't change based on how strongly we feel. It demands consistency. The audience has watched
this whole thing is projection.
This whole thing is projection over and over, and they hate being bamboozled. Do we believe justice should reflect our highest values, fairness, restraint, and the protection of life? Or do we allow the state to cross that line and participate in the very act it condemns? A justice system does not need to kill to prove that killing is wrong.
The only store I go to anymore is the liquor store. The only store I go to anymore is the liquor store. There is not anything that is better by going out to get it. Anything you need will be delivered to your front door.
It does not rely on irreversible punishment when safer, effective alternatives like life imprisonment exists, and it also does not place absolute power in the hands of an imperfect system. My opponents ask you to trust that this power will be used correctly. But when the cost of being wrong is a possible innocent life that is not a risk we can justify. So this debate comes down to the simple principle: if the state should not have the power to take a life, then it should not have that power in any case. And for that reason, I urge the audience to affirm.
All right. Cheers. So now we're going to go ahead and go over to you, Vigi. 3 minutes is on the clock. Nope. Wrong one. Sorry about that, kids. 3 minutes is on the clock for you. Go ahead and start it up when you're ready.
Oh, I can go outside all the time. I'm taking Morty on multiple walks a day. But for a store, just deliver it to me. You do know that I have a job, right? You do know that I drive all across the fucking state. Okay, not all across the county. The surrounding counties.
Yeah. So of course we're focusing on the most heinous crimes because the people who
I used to be like you, man. I used to be like you. Oh, when you finally take the leap, you're gonna be like, why the fuck? Why the fuck? What have I been stuck in this boomer mindset that putting on clothes, going out, and having to do that and all that is better than the $3 surcharge that I didn't have to move? Oh man.
Yeah. So of course we're focusing on the most heinous crimes because the people who get the death penalty are the ones who commit the most heinous crimes. It'd be stupid to focus on all crimes when we're talking about the death penalty because all crimes will be fucking irrelevant. Where it's specifically the people who commit brutal murders in most cases, and in some states who are actually fairly based, it's people who do things like fucking sex trafficking, like in Florida. It's not moral to spare one life to the detriment of others. And you could argue that it's not to the detriment of others when we sit here and spare them from the death penalty, but it really is because the victims and the family of victims don't actually get anything from the person still being alive. They don't get any closure. Because life in prison isn't, at this point in time, with like how bad our economic system is, it's not a deterrent. It's barely a fucking punishment.
Fuck. I forgot to make the after party goal. We got about 30 minutes. I hate myself.
Because you're getting everything fucking paid for you. You're having the taxpayers pay for you to live. You get housing for free, you get medical care for free, you get food for free. And you don't have to do anything for society in return except for stay the fuck away from it. And that's why it's not a deterrent. And that's why when we actually look at the statistics, instead of trying to ignore them, like what the affirmative has done, or not affirmative, the negative has done, you actually see that having the death penalty deters people from committing these heinous acts. And the reason why the distinction of intent is so important is because you can't commit a heinous crime accidentally. You have to have some form of intent in order to commit a heinous crime. And also, I just want to briefly mention, lastly, that the Supreme Court has upheld the death penalty multiple times. It's not some egregious thing. Meanwhile, there are some forms of the death penalty that we can no longer use, things like the hanging or firing squads, primarily because those do more harm to the people that are witnessing them, or the
institutionalized, as they call them,
people perpetrating them, than the actual person that is doing it. The death penalty does not violate the Fifth Amendment, and it will. I highly doubt that it would ever become the case where the Supreme Court would argue that it does violate the Fifth.
Unless they're using the boats.
Amendment, because ending a life is justified in some cases.
Sounded like a landing to me. And our sixth and final closing, Gruffus, 3 minutes is on the clock, sir.
Oh, God.
He has to go, so.
I didn't like it, so, yeah.
Count. Gruffus, you're muted.
Shit. Okay, sorry. This debate has been about one question underneath all others, not whether some crimes are monstrous enough to deserve death, but whether any institution we could build deserves the power to decide that irreversibly. The affirmative has spent this entire debate answering the first question, not the second. And I want to note something that happened in this debate that I think deserves to be named. The AF told us we cannot use utilitarian arguments against the death penalty. In the same debate, they argued that the death penalty might produce overall good, which is a utilitarian metric. You cannot reject the framework when it cuts against you and invoke it when it cuts for you.
That's not, and if it works in both cases, if there is a utilitarian value to it, but that's not the reason that they think it's justified. Like, I'm trying to think of another example. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but just because you're saying that, like, okay, well, yeah, I mean, you know, part of what I'm saying would actually work out better. That's not the reason why I'm proposing it, but it would be better. No problems there.
That is not a philosophical position. This is special pleading, and it means the affirmative has no consistent
not.
framework whatsoever. They have a conclusion they want to reach, and they are just picking up whatever argument has to be flying nearby. 3 speakers, 3 different jurisdictions, and now a framework they simultaneously reject and rely upon. The negative has maintained one consistent position from 3 different starting points. Ask yourself, which side has argued with more integrity? On deterrence, the affirmative strongest practical argument, the National Research Council reviewed more than 3 decades of research in 2012 and concluded that studies claiming that a deterrent effects are, in their own words, fundamentally flawed. Their finding was unambiguous. Research to date on the effect of capital punishment on homicide is not informative on whether capital punishment decreases or increases or has no effect on homicide rates. And therefore, these studies should not be used to inform deliberations about the death penalty. Not, quote, the evidence is mixed or not, quote, we need more research. The studies show they should not be used whatsoever. And on top of that, the death penalty costs significantly more than life imprisonment. The assumption that execution saves money has been repeatedly proven wrong, so the affirmative position doesn't deter, costs more, and kills more innocent people. That is a complete practical record. Now, for something more than just pragmatics, say in...
And again, notice how, like, this is just, like, I'm tuning out. Because you're just, like, droning. Like, what are you... Put your fucking chest into it, bro.
1895.
I just think in 1985 that more people were doing this, and then before, then others said this, and I think that this, and but that's really the... What?
5. The Supreme Court declared the presumption of innocence to be axiomatic and elementary, not a policy preference, not a utilitarian calculation, meaning it precedes argument the way that certain moral truths precede argument. And as a moral commitment built into the foundations of law is this: it is wrong to condemn the innocent, not inefficient, not regrettable, and wrong. For example, in 1886 in Chicago, 8 labor organizers were arrested after the Haymarket rally.
Okay, well, I type out my entire opening statement every single time. Do I drone on because I'm reading notes? Even if, in your fucking chats. Do I say there's a validity to what he's saying? Some guys be able to... Or I say there is validity to what he's saying. In some cases, people reoffend just to get back in jail and be looked after. No difference, right? No difference.
A demonstration for the 8-hour working day. 4 of them were hanged. The judge sentenced them and then posted to a friend, quote, "Did you see what I did to those anarchist bastards the other day?"
Well, Box is saying that this guy is reading his notes.
I'll end with a question I asked earlier in my opening. If you were part of the 2%, so to speak, the innocent person the institution kills to keep running, would you be willing to accept that? Would you volunteer for it? The answer is no. Then the prompt fails. Because the resolution and the prompt...
Wait, what?
In my opening. If you were part of the 2%, so to speak, the innocent person the institution kills to keep running, would you be willing to accept that? Would you volunteer for it? The answer is no.
Not volunteering to be a failure of a system doesn't mean that the system should be thrown out. Vigi literally said, you're throwing out the baby with the bathwater. And then he did it again, acting as if you stomped on their arguments when you didn't present anything. You just said, nuh-uh. That was the entire argument. Nuh-uh. Because death is worse. Because I said so.
Then the prompt fails. Because the resolution in the prompt isn't asking whether death is sometimes deserved in the abstract. It's whether the institution that cannot guarantee it never kills the innocent is justified in doing so anyway. The law says no. SCOTUS says no. The history says no. And I suspect... And so I suspect...
SCOTUS doesn't say no. What are you talking about, bro?
All right. Sounded like a landing there, too. All right, gentlemen. Absolutely great job from everybody. I appreciate you guys. We are done with the core portion of the debate. That's the actual debate competition. I am going to ask for each of the captains to give us a person to put forward for Steelman purposes.
Yep. And so because some people, some innocent people will get caught in this system, we should not use that system. That's his argument.
It's just going to be 2 minutes on the clock. You don't have to use the whole thing, but it's just an exercise to demonstrate that you understand and we're paying attention, and you don't have to use.
This would have been a good question from the affirmatives.
Their arguments. You can give us their best arguments, or you can give us the arguments you think they should have used against you. But I am looking for each side to have one person to steelman the opposition, to affirm or to.
Okay, let's get to the steelman.
Should give you from any channel you. Fun on the affirmative. Who is going to be your
I will choose Steelman.
Steelborne. All right, Steelborne.
Steelborne will Steelman, okay?
Cheers. And I assume, sir, that you understand the assignment. Again, just go to the opposite. Tell us why the death penalty should not be justified in specific conditions. And I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
I do like this this little Steelman thing. I appreciate this.
Yeah, so I would make the argument that I would make, or at least the way I could steelman their argument the best I could, is that the argument the thing that they're appealing to is, for one, what actually grants the state the moral authority to perform an execution or to take away somebody's rights if our system is built upon an axiom of our rights are, at least according to the United States Constitution, our rights are endowed by our Creator and all of that. And if that's the case, what gives the government the right to try and take away these rights? And now the Constitution limits what rights the government is allowed to infringe upon, what they're allowed to do, and what ultimately the power of the federal government is. Anything not given to the federal government is left to the states. And according to the Constitution, we have the right to life. So if that's in the Constitution, then I can understand I think the best argument to be made would be the state does not have the moral authority to, or even the legal authority. Like you make an argument that it ought not have the legal authority to try and I hate when I do that when I had a brain fart. They should not have the legal authority nor the moral authority to violate people's fundamental rights, such as this right to life, right to liberty, and so on and so forth. And that and especially if the system can't even prove that, in fact, it's going to demonstrate that it will execute innocent people, that they can't prove that they're not going to do that on accident, the mistakes we made, because they're not infallible.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that would be I think that's a very charitable steelman of the argument.
And so, yeah, but as saying, Steelman is useful for a discussion where you're trying to work out what is right. Debates are more blood sports trying to win for your side. And I think that's explicitly what Horseradish is trying to do with the DMZ, be a more charitable way of debate, where it is a debate, but, you don't win just for fucking, getting a dunk.
I think I agree with you. Very good job, sir.
Agreed that it's not a small thing, but it's not big enough for the prompt.
You understood the assignment. You nailed it quite well. All right, Cassell, same question to you. Who's going to steelman and tell us why it should?
I'm going to guess that he's going to put up AnCom. I'm hoping he does, because both of them are
sometimes be justified.
Yeah, so I think Gruffus is going to take this.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Why would you do that to yourself? Why would you do that to yourself? Box, can you steelman why can you steal my opinion on this comment? He won't do it. He either can't or won't. But yeah. What did I say about this? What did I say about this to you? This was literally 2 minutes or less ago.
This one, all right, that's funny. Both of the middle guys are going to be our steelmen for the night. Gruffus, 2 minutes is on the clock. Again, please steelman the opposition and tell us why, or the best arguments for agreeing that in some specific condition.
On what? We agree on what? What is it that we agree on? I don't know why you take the time to just say, well, we basically agree, when you know that I'm asking you a very specific question. I don't get it.
The death penalty is justified.
Right. So I think the case for the death penalty, made honestly, does not begin with vengeance. It begins with a question. The negative has carefully avoided, what do we owe the victims? When a person commits premeditated murder, not in passion, not by accident, but with a deliberate intent to extinguish another human life, they've done something categorically different from any other crime. They have made an irreversible choice, something they brought up numerous times. They have permanently and totally destroyed someone else's existence. And the question proportionality asks is not what has the perpetrator deserved to suffer, but what response is commensurate with the magnitude of what was taken. Life imprisonment says we value what you took so highly that we take your freedom permanently, and the retributive tradition asks for the deliberate, premeditative taking of human life, even if it's not the consumerate. The only forfeiture of the equivalent, life itself.
Told you couldn't do it. Yes, it's collateral damage. The value judgment is if there's an acceptable amount. Correct. Yes, some innocent people get killed. I never said it was a small thing. What I said was that it's not a big enough thing to justify the negatives.
It's proportionate to the crime. This is not a barbaric institution. It's one of the oldest moral intuitions, institutions in human civilization, present across cultures, legal traditions, and religious frameworks that otherwise agree on.
Isn't he supposed to be steelmanning?
Practically nothing. The universality of that intuition across human histories itself is, I would say, evident that the tracking something that it is tracking something about real in which it has real moral weight. And on the specific conditions the prompt requires, consider the case where guilt is not in reasonable doubt.
Yeah, you're making your own argument. You're supposed to be making their argument.
Where the evidence is overwhelming, the confession voluntary, the crime witnessed. We are not navigating uncertainty, but confronting a known, deliberate, irreversible act. The fallibility of the system, the negative strongest point, is its weakest here. The death penalty in those conditions is not the state playing God. It is the state saying we take human life seriously enough that it deliberately takes care of the ultimate consequences seriously.
Right, I remember. And so, Mike, what was my question? Now we're going too far back. So, what was my question about that? What did I ask you to do with this? What did I ask you to do when I brought up this comment? What did I ask you to do? First time I answered it, and then what? It is 11:30. That was 5 minutes ago. And there's 2 points that I made that you just completely forgot. Okay, all right, there we go. You got it. So now do that. Do that. Do that. Box, do that. Do that. Do that.
That it deliberately takes care of the ultimate consequences seriously.
All right, dude, it sounded like you had a prepared closing against yourself. Like you did.
Yeah, I did.
Am I retarded? I feel like he just made the same argument.
I'm impressed. I'm fucking great job. All right, everybody. So you guys have all heard the arguments. It's now going to be on the audience to decide who you SteeBorne is at. Oh, but we do actually have, so I'm going to go ahead and drop that link over there. Important with now questions. We only had 2 questions come in, and it looks like one of them was for one person. We'll start with that one, and then after that, I do believe that the other one might go to the other people. But I'm gonna come back to that in a second. We'll start out with you, Mr. AnCom. You were the one who was targeted. You were asked, apparently in your arguments, you made the case about reversibility of prosecution, and that you cannot reverse, that you can reverse all of the other types except execution, the permanency of execution. So you were asked, is removing someone's eyeballs reversible, or a lobotomy? I assume that the gist of the question here is, are there other types of punishments that are commonly acceptable or historically common that are not able to be reversed?
Sorry, I gotta do that again. My bad.
Gist of the question here is, are there other types of punishments that are commonly acceptable or historically common that are not able to be reversed?
Oh yeah, this is going back to the poking at your eyes.
You are muted again, my friend.
Of course. I will point out that nowhere in the U.S. justice system, as far as I'm aware, are either of these considered, good or just punishments. But as far as whether or not they can be reversed, the conditions perhaps not. The effects can be mitigated. As far as I know, there's no way to mitigate the effects of death. So you can mitigate.
Not answering the question. We know that you think there's no mitigating death, and you're correct about that. The question was about other things.
Becoming blind, you can mitigate to some extent being lobotomized. You cannot mitigate death in any way, shape, or form.
Okay.
Come on, bro. If you pluck your eyes out and lobotomize, I mean, you'd be good. It's like when in What Is a Woman? When they were like, you just do this, you take the puberty blockers, and it stops the music from playing, and when you're ready to go, you just press play again, and it's like nothing ever happened. Same thing with plucking out your eyes. Same thing with a fucking lobotomy. According to the negatives here. That is insane.
Hey, Good stuff. Now, real quick before we go on, is there anybody else who wants to take a stab at that one as well, or do you all agree that AnCom kind of? Because I'll put a minute on the clock for anybody who wants that question. Anybody? No, we're good. All right. So then this other question, I believe now that I've read it over again, seems to be specifically to the AF team. So I'm going to go through each of the AF one at a time and ask you the question. So we'll start with the captain because, you know, he should be the strongest. And the other two get to think on it for a little bit longer. This question is instead, let's replay it for everybody to see. If our justice system has evolved past an eye for an eye and cutting off hands because of the cruelty, why would we revert back to the solution of death, which is permanent and kills the potential for that life to partially heal or make a positive impact on? If our justice system has evolved past an eye for an eye and cutting off hands because of the cruelty,
I hate everything. I hate everything. I'm not even going to say anything. I don't fucking care.
Evolved past an eye for an eye and cutting off hands because of the cruelty, why would we revert back to the solution of death, which is permanent and kills the potential for that life to partially heal or make a positive impact on others? So it's kind of wordy, but once again, I'll sort of summarize. To the affirmative, we have, as a society, evolved past the idea of an eye for an eye and consider ourselves to be more humane in our criminal justice system. What would be the benefit of reverting back to the eye for an eye mentality of the permanency of death? It's sort of the opposite of the question that AnCom was asked. So again, Hammer, I'm going to give it to you first. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm trying to be salty, but I feel like all of our entire arguments have been kind of focused on not talking about how we just want to punish them or we want revenge against them. We do have some more sophisticated ideas about what justice is for, and I address them by saying, well, one of the main reasons is to...
Sorry, I didn't miss these. Just means the state needs to take capital punishment very seriously when it applies. Yep. Yep, agreed. Wouldn't be much of a punishment if you didn't remember it. Capital is not about punishment since you're not going to remember it. It's about taking a danger out of society and sending a message to others.
Bingo!
At least not how I'd use the word punishment, but ironically, Punisher deals in punishment by killing people. But we all, you know, and even more ironically, all the cops are like, oh yeah, Punisher, even though that's the opposite of what they're supposed to be doing. All right. Does capital punishment make us murderers? Even if only tangentially, are we not better than them? So yes, we are better than them, but no, it does not make us murderers because a murder is an unjustified killing of another human being. And so if it is justified, then it is not murder by definition. Was this 1 minute? Or... Yeah, okay.
So... I'm trying to be salty, but I feel like all of our entire arguments have been kind of focused on not talking about how we just want to punish them or we want revenge against them. We do have some more sophisticated ideas about what justice is for, and I address them by saying, well, one of the main reasons is to prevent further harm. And when someone is an individual that we can't confirm that they won't be harmful in the future or that they are going to be friends.
No, again, these are all forms of killing. It is the justified killing of another person. Manslaughter is not justified. Murder is not justified. These are all versions of taking the life from another human being. Exactly. It's just a killing. You can call it an execution, but an execution, by its very nature, has a justification. You may agree or disagree with that justification. But the point is that it's different than manslaughter. It's different than murder. Do you see how do you categorize Box? How do you categorize a soldier whose country is being invaded and they have to take up arms and they kill somebody? What do you call that other than killing? Would that be murder? Would that be manslaughter? Would that be what would you call that? So no, it is not. I know that you feel like it's just as icky, but that's not what murder means. That's not what that word is. You may as well say that it's throwing a party. You may as well say it's a gender reveal. Those words apply to the thing that happens in real life, and that's not this. So my moral framework would be that capital judgment is used to remove risk of that person killing and harming others in the future. Yeah. Including other incarcerated people.
Or harm. And when someone is an individual that we can't confirm that they won't be harmful in the future, or that they are going to be forever a threat, then we need to remove them from society completely. And that's why I also don't like the idea of talking about bringing them back into society, healing them, fixing them and making them not violent anymore. There are some people you just can't do that with. Yeah, I think that's my answer.
All right, good stuff. Now I'm going to go ahead and put it to our second debater, SteeBorne, and I do understand this does sort of touch on literally what you were just steel manning. So if you would explain to us why it is that you think that going more towards a regressive criminal justice system or punishment system is beneficial for society.
I would assume that he's going to say it's not regressive.
Effective. Violent crime is through the roof. It's actually the highest we've ever seen it.
And that, I think, it's not regressive if it's doing better. If it's actually, what did he say? If it's beneficial to society, then I don't think that it falls under that category.
More effective. Violent crime is through the roof. It's actually the highest we've ever seen it. Violent crime was, I mean, all crime has gone up since we started moving away from systems like this. I mean, like, I would love to argue with this person and be like, what's actually wrong with if somebody, let's say somebody was like caught stealing, right? And it was determined like they're not stealing medicine to feed your mom or whatever, like, none of those the dumb appeals to emotion.
Since the pandemic, it's been I'm pretty sure that across the country we have not gotten back to pre-COVID levels, but I could be wrong about that.
But it was like, they just were stealing because they thought it was fun or they liked it or they wanted money, and I think they would think twice about stealing. I'm just throwing that out there, but. No, but like these systems that we used to have, they were much more effective at reducing crime. Like our crime rate has done nothing but gone up the softer we've gone on crime.
All right. Great.
Let's see. ChatGPT asking, across America, has the rate of violent crime returned to pre-COVID era numbers? Broadly, yes. Violent crime in the U.S. has returned and in many places fallen below the pre-COVID levels after the 2021 spike. Pandemic era surge appears to have largely reversed. Well, there we go. So 2019 was a baseline. 2021 way up. Crime trended down between 22 and 25, and then as of last year, another major drop. So, yeah, I mean, obviously to get specific numbers, we're going to have to go, but, just speaking broadly, we are doing better. Oh, definitely fuck shit up. Bog said, murder is the unlawful and intentional killing of one human being by another, typically categorized by malice aforethought. So, one word in the definition holds up the whole moral premise. Correct. That's what we're saying, Box. The unlawful part is what makes it murder versus manslaughter versus killing versus what do they call it? Something of war. Casualties of war. Those are all different versions of a person killing another person. Okay, let's do. How does 2019 violent crime compare to 1990? Good question. Yeah, you might be right, because for a while it definitely was like, oh, we had the COVID bump. But I definitely haven't look. I haven't looked into. What else would you like? How give me any other way. Give me any other mechanism by which to differentiate the versions of one human being killing another human being. What is a more solid way to differentiate those things? It is a technicality. That's the point. We're being technical. We're talking about the technicalities of murder versus manslaughter versus killing versus casualty of war. That we're speaking in the technical aspect. What else do you want? What else are you looking for? I don't even know what that means. Redefine as subtracting one word. Murder is the and. Murder is the and. I'll give you another try. Try that one while we read this. So, how does 2019 violent crime compare to 1990? Difference is massive. In 1990, the U.S. violent crime rate was about 731 violent crimes per 100,000. In 2019, about half, if not, about half. About half. I mean, stupid. See, I can do basic math. So to put it plainly, America was near the height of the modern crime wave. In 2019, violent crime was dramatically lower, closer to levels not seen since the 1960s. This is one of those areas where public perception often differs from the data. People who lived through the late 80s and early 90s often remember things like high murder, blah, 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 all that stuff. That doesn't mean concerns today are fake. Some cities saw real increases after 2020. And so one more question here. So, would it you have? How did it what? I'm gonna assume you're good. Let me do this. Okay. So would it be complete? No. So is there any variation of statistics that would allow someone to accurately say that what did he say? That violent crime is at its highest. Maybe for certain regions or veracity of crime. Just give them any way that this could possibly be answered. All right, so we're going to try to redefine this with one word. So murder is the intentional killing of one human being by another, typically characterized by malice aforethought. Right, but exactly. That's the whole point of having the word murder, Box. If you just mush it all together, then you're not differentiating. Then we don't know if it's a good murder or a bad murder. The way it is now, murder is always bad. What did you say before? Distancing language. I don't know what that means, but you're getting further away from an actual point. How did you fix that? All you did is open up the category of murder to things that are currently not murder. But again, the question was, how do you differentiate? How do you differentiate them? So they have degrees of murder. Oh, don't get them started. There was no intention to do the killing. It's still unlawful. It's manslaughter. Well, technically, you're correct. And then All right. So, it says, is there any variation of statistics that would allow someone to accurately say that violent crime is at its highest, maybe for certain regions or veracity or anything? Yes, but only if the claim is made carefully and specifically, which it wasn't. A blanket statement like violent crime is at its highest in America is false by historical standards, but there are narrower claims that can be true. Certain crimes, yeah. Certain categories of crime may be unusually high. The Kia boys. Yeah. Yeah, so he's wrong about that. But it's not like we don't have a problem with violent crime. It's just not as bad as it once was. All right. Yeah.
No, but like these systems that we used to have, they were much more effective at reducing crime. Like our crime rate has done nothing but gone up the softer we've gone on.
Oh, box. Should there be should I be treated differently if I purposely drive my car into a wall while my wife is in the passenger seat and she dies? Versus if someone cut me off and I had to swerve and then we hit the wall and she died. In both cases, she dies. In both cases, I'm alive. In both cases, the car hits the wall. So those should be the same exact thing? Okay, fair enough. I mean, I forgot it at this point. The hour is the one thing. So you got about 5 minutes. So, okay, you should be treated differently. Why should you be treated differently? Why should you be treated differently? If I purposely kill somebody versus getting in an accident, why should I be treated differently? I'm going to give you a minute on that. Yep. Okay. So I gave you the context. The context is I tried to murder my wife and it worked. I tried to, so let's get that. So I tried to end the life of my wife and it worked and I'm alive. So the car, and as you said, the result is the same. So either you think I should be in prison for life because somebody cut me off and the results were my wife died, or you think that I should get off scot-free and just get a ticket for murdering my wife. Which one is it? Because if we're just going by the results, the result is the same. I'm alive. What? Which one should I get the ticket or should I get the death penalty or life in prison? I mean, I am too, but I mean, you know, this is how they fucking talk. Obviously, I'm not married. It's a hypothetical. Thanks for the reminder. For which one? Yeah, of course. Do not fucking act like you've never heard somebody say abortion is murder. Get the fuck out of here. You know that a lot of us believe that abortion is murder. Yes, you know that. And so if I get it, so I just want to be sure that you're saying that if I'm driving and I'm following all the rules of the road and somebody cuts me off and I'm forced to swerve off the road and we get in an accident and then my wife dies, I should have life in prison for that. Life in prison? Or you're saying I should get a ticket for murdering my wife. Why are they different? Why are they different? The results are the same. How do you determine if it's life or a ticket? It is now in a lot of states. It is.
Crime.
All right. Very cool.
I don't think we should necessarily cut people's hands off, though. Let's just I don't really,
Sure.
I don't want to cut people's hands off.
Why? Why would it be overboard? She was murdered, was she not? According to your definition, she was murdered. Do you see how messy it gets when you define it the way that feels good for you, Ox? You cannot operate on just how you feel. How often does this happen? I mean, at least once a week. You're like, I feel this. And then we dig into it, and you're like, oh, that's pretty fucking stupid. It doesn't make any sense. It makes society a lot more difficult.
Understood. And then last but not least, you, of course, Vigi, 1 minute on the clock. Justify it for us, bud.
Yeah, so I mean, one of the things I didn't use in my closing is like at the point where they're going to be in prison for, say, effectively life. It's kind of obvious that they're still a threat to the other people who are in the prison, which is why we put them in. We don't put them in Gen Pop. We put them in maximum security and in isolation. So even just imprisoning them, they still pose a threat to others. Getting rid of the only way to truly get rid of that threat that they pose to other people in society is to permanently extinguish their life and remove it from society. That is the only way they can no longer pose a threat.
All right. There you go. All right. So, chat, you guys have seen the link. You understand what your job is here. Please click the link. Tell us who you think won the debates tonight. After we're done with this, and after I'm going to give you guys a couple more minutes to lock that in. Afterwards, we're going to go ahead and go to the open party after. So, for those of you who are watching this in a VOD, you got to be here live to be able to see this part.
Okay, guys, we're done. Oh, okay, we're done. So I'm gonna leave it up for you guys. Obviously, the affirmative is the people on top who are pro death penalty is justified, and the people on the bottom were the negatives. So let me know what you think. I've got a couple videos for you while you do that. And then it is time to go to bed. Let's do it. Hit the poll.
Remember when they told us Thomas Massey lost his primary because he wasn't supporting Trump? And of course, we were reassured of this by the likes of Dinesh Dasagi. Take it away, Dinesh.
Let's start with the idea that the Israel lobby opposed Massey, and that's why he lost. Well, the fault in this reasoning is that the Israel lobby they have long opposed Thomas Massey.
No, is that the fault in the logic, Dinesh? So what was different this time?
I'm a little upset that Lone Wolf and Cub, who when I talked about this, like, oh, you just think everything is the Jews, not here to see this, but hey. You know,
were people just more mad? If they long opposed him and he won landslide victories year after year for a decade, what was different this time, Dinesh?
So why did Massey lose now, while previously he had no problem defeating the Israel lobby?
Great question, Dinesh. Why don't you tell us?
Massey won his early elections with huge margins, 70%, 75%. Well, this time he lost by double digits. So what changed?
Yes, what changed?
You might say Trump came down hard against him, but Massey has been running somewhat independently of Trump even before. Trump's opposition in the past didn't take him down.
That's so interesting that you're saying that it wasn't Trump either. So what was it, Dinesh? What was it?
What took Massey down this time? There's really only one answer to this question.
There's only one answer. Now we're getting somewhere. Take it away, Dinesh.
His voters took him down. His voters are the ones who get to decide every 2 years.
Oh!
Is that how an election works? Brilliant fucking political commentary.
Why didn't I think of that? It was the voters. Of course! Brother Dinesh, wouldn't it be funny if I had a literal video that went exactly against what you just said and completely answered the question that there's only one answer to? What if I had that video, Dinesh?
Over the past few months, the RJC spent more than...
The RJC? What is the RJC? Oh, the Republican Jewish Coalition.
$5 million to defeat Thomas Massey.
Did he mispronounce the voters?
When someone repeatedly undermines support for Israel, traffics in isolationism at a moment of global danger, and refuses to stand with the Jewish state when it matters most, there has to be consequences.
Isn't it crazy just hearing them say it? Isn't it just crazy hearing them say it out of their own boca?
No, see, Glow. Yeah, I've learned Box's language a little bit, and so what he's saying. Hold on, let me move that over here. What he's saying, and I have respect for people that get a person to make something of themselves, but Dinesh is not that guy. He's not saying that felons are good or bad. He started from, I don't like Dinesh, and then, okay, what bad things can I say about Dinesh? And then brings out he's been to prison. That's how his brain works. Oh, I saw him. Yeah. Well, technically, that's a technicality. That's a technicality. I don't know about that. Damn, 100% for the affirmative. Very well done, guys. All right. So I've got my boy blowing up my phone. I got to get up early. I am meeting my niece finally tomorrow. I bought a giant thing of diapers and a giant thing of baby wipes to help out. And as you can see, I am struggling all the way around. So if anybody would like to drop a last minute donut for the puppy, for the baby, for the lunch, that would be greatly appreciated. Well, 100% of you were with me on the affirmative. The negative just did not put forth an argument. They just did not put forth an argument. They gave their opinion, they gave their position, but they didn't argue that at all. And that is not how this works. So big shout out to all of the donations. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. And of course, we had, who was our sponsor of the regular stream? We had Jager sponsoring the stream, and we had Glow in Dark sponsoring the after party. Thank you, thank you, thank you, gentlemen, so very, very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Once again, guys, I know that you could be doing anything else in the world, and yet here you are hanging out with me and the Overlord. I promise you guys, when stuff starts kicking up, we are in the lull. We are in the lull. We just got to hang on because shit is about to start popping off as soon as these... We're definitely going to get some bullshit with the midterms, but then as soon as that, we're going to have the holidays. After the holidays, shit is going to be insane. So make sure you are here. Make sure you are subscribed. Make sure you know that I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like. And I've been doing a lot more recently. So make sure you don't not only subscribe, but hit that bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. No push-ups for me. Fuck you. I take your money for free. Once again, we've got Morty the Overlord, and I have been your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.